never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
Trust in the executive branch is now near levels seen during the Watergate era. A recent Gallup poll found 43% of Americans trust the executive branch. However, it's not the only arm of the government that's seen its confidence take a beating. The legislative and judicial branches also continue to tumble from marks seen earlier this century. The legislative branch's trust took a nosedive to 47%, while the judicial branch had a trust rating of 38%. The Labor Department is changing things up.
A Labor Department proposal could classify millions of gig workers as employees instead of independent contractors. That would guarantee them minimum wage pay and overtime. The new rule would lower the bar for being classified as an employee from the previous rules set by the Trump administration's Labor Department. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The Florida death toll from Hurricane Ian is now more than 100. State officials announced the Medical Examiners Commission has confirmed 102 deaths. Most of those deaths occurred in Lee County. Harvey Weinstein's attorney told the judge at his trial that conditions in the holding cell where he's being kept after court are, quote, almost medieval, unquote. The attorney asked the judge for help during the second day of jury selection in the former movie mogul's trial on 11 counts of rape and sexual assault. 3 fishermen fought off sharks while stranded in the water for more than 24 hours before being rescued by the U.S. Coast Guard off the Louisiana coast. The fishermen's 24-foot vessel sank on Saturday morning. And King Charles III's coronation will be held on Saturday, May 6th at Westminster Abbey. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention sports fans. Your favorite sportsbook, BetUS.com, is back for their 28th year of NFL action. With the industry's biggest sign-up bonus of up to 200%, BetUS offers their members the opportunity to cash in on all their favorite leagues, including the NFL, NBA, MLB, and more. They've also got hundreds of new casino games. including the coolest European slots. And live dealers are waiting for you at the tables. You need a sports book with integrity and longevity. And you need to know that you're going to get paid. You need a sports book that offers everything, including live betting, MMA, golf, horses, esports, and all kinds of crazy bets. Call BetUS today at 1-800-79-BET-US. That's 1-800-79-BET-US. And they'll walk you through setting up an account. Nobody in the industry gives better bonuses than BetUS. Join now and use promo code COLLEGEFOOTBALL and get up to 200% in bonuses on your first deposit. That's promo code COLLEGEFOOTBALL for up to 200% in bonuses. Head to BetUS.com and join today. That's BetUS.com. BetUS, where the game begins.
With less than 1 month to go until the midterm elections, public opinion does not bode well for Democrats. According to a new Ipsos poll, only 24% of voters think America is going in the right direction. 63% think the U.S. is on the wrong track. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden's approval rating is less than 50% on every single one of the top 10 issues Americans most care about. In related news, a prominent Democrat is saying goodbye to the party she once served.
Former Democrat presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard announced she is leaving the Democrat Party.
I can no longer remain in today's Democratic Party that's under the complete control of an elitist cabal of warmongers who are driven by cowardly wokeness, who are hostile to people of faith, who demonize the police but protect criminals at the expense of law-abiding Americans.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
University of Chicago professor Douglas W. Diamond is one of this year's 3 winners of the Nobel Prize in Economics. Diamond won the prize along with former Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke, now of the Brookings Institution, and Philip Dybvig of Washington University in St. Louis. And NASA says a spacecraft that plowed into a small, harmless asteroid millions of miles away last month succeeded in shifting its orbit. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
Suspense.
A shadow knows.
Mystery in the air. Starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
That's right. Let's do it. All right, ready to roll into a Wednesday already? It's that time again. Hey, Mike, what day is it? So good morning to our friends in the Eastern Time Zone. Good evening to everybody else out there across the country as we'll be working our way into the 12th day of October. Indeed, that'll be a Wednesday. As we like to call it, Hump Day. I mentioned right about this time 24 hours ago when we get things started here on a Wednesday morning, we'll still have baseball action going. Indeed, that is the case. Out west, got the Dodgers and the Padres kind of finishing out the day number one of the divisional series. 3 games in the books. Phillies off to a good start, knocking off the Braves this past afternoon. 7-6 the final there. Houston off to a good start, taking down the Mariners 8-7 the final. Yankees over the Cleveland Guardians 4-1 the final score there. As I mentioned, right now, middle of the 6th inning, Dodgers over the Padres 5-3 currently. Dodgers jumped out to a 5-run lead early on. Padres came back with 3. It's either in the 5th or the 6th there, the last 20-30 minutes or so. So, yeah, that game will be going for a bit longer. We'll keep an eye on things, keep you informed. Hey, so hope your week's going well. Welcome into Hump Day. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio. Comfortable night tonight. I'm showing 60 outside the bunker, 57 the official number from the Greater Cincinnati International Airport over in northern Kentucky, where typically it's a few degrees cooler there. Yeah, so there you go, another comfortable night. Things just waiting for things to change as we head into midweek here. Hope you've been enjoying these last few warm days in the eastern portions of the country. The change is about to get underway. As I pull up the radar scene, you can pretty much tell where that strong cold front is tonight. Now, well out and ahead of that front, there's a lot of rain. Southern half of Michigan tonight. Yeah, light to moderate rain there. Some light rain in northern Indiana, rain through central and headed into southern Illinois tonight. Most of that is on the lighter side. But you get back into eastern portions of Minnesota. Yeah, you'll see a line of thunderstorms kind of headed toward Duluth. Things kind of break up in Iowa. The line kind of forming again back into southeastern Nebraska. Thunderstorms there, which we have even seen some severe thunderstorm warnings. That's the front that's going to be bringing much colder temperatures sweeping across the eastern half of the country between now and the end of the week and even on into the upcoming weekend here. High wind warnings and wind advisories tonight behind that front through North Dakota, South Dakota, gusty winds, red flag warnings. Through the day today, we're going to be watching for widespread showers and thunderstorms, some of which will be turning severe in the forecast for the Northeast. This is going to affect some of the largest metropolitan areas in the region, and it will precede the big, significant cool down. The severe weather threat's going to be shifting from the Midwest into a zone from, say, eastern New York, southwestern New England, to the eastern parts of Virginia and North Carolina as we head into Wednesday into Thursday as that cold front pushes through the region. Yeah, the threat zone includes some of the most populated areas from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia to New York City. Forecasters say although the risk of tornadoes will be low, any twister that manages to briefly develop could be concealed by heavy rain and low-hanging clouds. So if you're commuting or going to be spending time outdoors, stay alert for rapidly changing conditions and keep up with your weather bulletins, according to the experts. Yeah, both the thunderstorms and showers have the potential to organize into a line that will contain a brief period of strong winds, torrential rains. It's possible severe weather will occur without any thunder or lightning in this case. Areas from the central Appalachians to northern New England, you may be the most likely to experience severe showers without any thunder or lightning. Could even see some small hail in some of these. As that line of showers and storms swings through, we'll probably be watching for some flight delays at some of our major airport hubs. In New England, a long-lasting period of heavy rain and strong winds is likely as this front swings from a south to north fashion to a more of a northwest to southeast orientation. If not for the ongoing drought conditions in much of New England, we could be talking some widespread flooding concerns, but in some areas, the rain still may come down so hard and fast it could quickly run off and lead to some flash flooding there. This is most likely to occur in areas where the leaves have begun to fall, blocking some of the storm drains. A few of our streams may quickly rise, given a general 1 to as much as 4 inches of rain that is forecast to fall in less than 12 hours from, say, Thursday into early Friday there in the Northeast. Stiff south to southeast winds ahead of this cold front and during the rain could lead to some above normal tides and some minor coastal flooding in Long Island, New York, and on up into New England Thursday night. Now, in the wake of these storms, we're going to be watching for multiple rounds of chilly air to pivot around a big storm that develops at the jet stream level over the Great Lakes. Since this cold air machine is going to be kind of anchored over the Great Lakes, the chilliest air may have trouble pushing into the mid-Atlantic coast and through New England, but some snow showers will probably be seen in the upper Midwest from this weekend into next week. And the first snowflakes of the season could appear in parts of the central Appalachians as well. Parts of the Midwest, we're going to be talking probably some of the lowest temperatures of the season so far, especially during the daytime hours where those clouds and showers dominate. Widespread highs only in the 50s, with some northern tier locations in the Midwest not even going to get out of the 40s this weekend and on through much of next week. The cold air is going to hang around. This weather pattern around the Great Lakes could get rather chaotic. Gusty showers, some that could contain some hail. Water spouts could also develop in this weather pattern. If you're going to be traveling through that I-95 corridor, you're going to notice the change to cooler weather this weekend after that surge of warmer air that's actually going to continue here Wednesday and even into parts of your Thursday. But the blustery conditions will accompany the return of the sunshine. It's just going to kind of add to the chill in shady areas, especially during the evening hours when the sun goes down. Changes on the horizon, but a quiet night. Areas from the state of Ohio to the Gulf Coast to the eastern seaboard, you're high and dry tonight. All's quiet on the eastern front. And really looking out west, there's not much going on as well. Aside from those showers in southeastern Nebraska, a little bit of rain in north central Montana, that's it. You're looking good from Denver to San Francisco, northward to Seattle, southward to L.A. A great night to be moving the freight around the country. All right, out of the box. Hey, it's been a long time since Lone Ranger first out of the box. How the heck are you?
Good morning. Well, I decided to stay awake. I had a couple things to talk about. First of all, I'd like to really give a major hats off to Tulsi Gabbard for leaving the Democrat Party.
How about that?
She always made sense when she spoke, and I thought, what in the world is this girl who knows what she's talking about? She's a veteran, common sense person. What in the world is she doing with these whacked out Democrats, socialists, Marxists, whatever they turned into? And she's had enough with this woke BS. She's done. And God bless her. She's always everything she said always made sense. The Democrat Party loved her. In the beginning, she was only 31 years old, and she was making some really strong strides in the Democrat Party. And then all of a sudden she realized that the Democrat Party wasn't the party that it used to be. It used to be the party of the working class. When I was in the union, they told us we had to vote Democrat because that was the party of the working class. Well, those days are over. It's a new day. So hats off to her. Now, what I actually called for, our affirmative action vice president, Kamala Harris, was on a late night show with no ratings, with probably 6 viewers. And she made the comment about the border problem. Well, to her, it's not a problem because they see these people as future Democrat voters once they make them legal. But she said that the governor of Texas and the governor of Florida, sending these people up north, is a dereliction of duty. Their duty is not to provide food and shelter for people who have broken our laws and are here illegally. The dereliction of duty goes on her because she was appointed border czar. Now, she was just in Texas recently, Austin, Texas, never visited the border. She was close, but never visited, because to her, this is not a crisis. This is planned. They want to fill this country with as many people of Hispanic descent as they can, because generally Hispanics vote Democrat. But what they're forgetting is a lot of these people came from countries that were socialist countries, and that's why they left.
They don't want that.
So if the Democrat Party has turned socialist, which it has, they're controlled by the far left now, some of these people, and of course they have good family values, and in my opinion, Hispanics in general are very hard workers. Now, I don't agree with the coming here illegally, but they have good family values. Most of them are very religious, and they might not vote Democrat if they ever get the chance to vote, which is what the plan is. So they may shoot themselves in the foot, but for her to come out and make a remark like that. Now, Dementia Joe has been sending illegals to northern cities and states for a long time, for a year.
Yep.
She never said anything about that. She's part of the administration that started this thing of sending illegals other states and cities. But they were sending them. The governor of Texas and Florida are sending these people to sanctuary cities. People who said, we welcome everyone. But now they're not welcome anymore because they actually have to deal with them. And this is cracking me up. But now the bus drivers are being harassed. When they leave the Port Authority in New York, they're getting pulled over and getting a full DOT check. And some of them have gotten citations for various things. So the politics have come right out. The mayor of New York is just livid over all these buses coming into his town.
Mm-hmm.
Now, New York has about 8 million residents. So he's getting hundreds of people at a time on buses with 8 million residents. And the little cities in Texas are getting thousands of people at a time.
Every day.
With a small town. It's a small town. So it's interesting to watch this. And of course, now they're just roaming the streets. They said in the news that they're staying in these hotels. Of course, we're paying for it. and the ones with small children can't get the proper food for them. This is a humanitarian crisis. 300 people a day dying of fentanyl deaths. The largest killer of adults 18 to 45 right now is fentanyl. Females as young as 5 years old getting raped at the border by the cartels. You don't hear much about it on the news at all. It just goes on day after day. Nothing to talk about. And it's pathetic. Now, I called a friend of mine. I was at breakfast this morning. A friend of mine said he just paid $5.19 a gallon for heating oil. $5.19 a gallon. Gasoline is like probably $3.70 around here now. Never in my life did I ever see home heating oil, which is a lower grade petroleum product than diesel even. It takes less, it takes less to produce it. It's actually a byproduct of the refinery process. How in the world are they getting away with charging more for heating oil, which is a lower grade petroleum product, than gasoline? I don't know how they're getting away with it.
And when you heat your home with heating oil, Ranger, I mean, you purchase what, a couple hundred gallons? What's it take you to get through the winter with heating oil?
Well, I have an older home, not insulated that well, and I have a 275-gallon tank. Most people put another 275 next to it. The trick was to fill up in August when it was at the lowest price. And that's what people would do. Well, now, even in August, it was high, but not this high. So I called. I have an oil guy. It's just one guy with one 6-wheel tanker. Nice guy, super nice guy, but you have to pay him on the spot. But he's always the lowest guy around. You got to pay him when he delivers it. There's no charging, no credit cards. Well, he'll take a credit card now because he has to. And I called him up and I said, look, I just got oil 2 weeks ago. It's $3.89 a gallon. What is it right now? Because I got scared. My friend at breakfast told me he paid $5.19. I said, oh my God. So he said, the oil that's still in my tank on my truck is $5 a gallon. If starting tomorrow, they actually, where he fills up, for some reason they ran out. So when they replenish their supply, it's going to be starting either tomorrow or the next day. He said, when I fill up again, I'm going to be charging $4.93. So I said, well, I want to top off because it's not going to get any better. But I said, how are we going to work that out? Since I usually just leave him a check for the amount that I ordered. Like if it's 100 gallons, I have to leave him $500. So I said, well, how am I going to do that? Because I want to top off and I have no idea how many gallons it's going to take. He said, well, I know you well enough where I'll just give you, leave the invoice in a mailbox and you just send whatever the amount is. You send me a check. Because now he told me that there's a new program for heating assistance for people who, low-income people. So that's a help. Because some people around here, you figure at $5 a gallon, a 275 tank, that's $1,375. There's people, elderly people on Social Security, don't even get that much per month.
Yep.
They don't have that amount of money to spend on the oil. So what do? So he told me today about some heating assistance thing, the state, through the state and whatever. So that's a help. But how they're getting away with charging this, how do you charge more for heating oil than gasoline? We saw the same thing happen with diesel. Back in the 70s, diesel was half the price of gasoline simply because it was a byproduct of the refinery process. And I don't know how they're getting away with this. It's not worth what they're charging for.
I mean, things changed when they went to the ultra low sulfur diesel. Isn't that when that's because they're saying it's more refining process now to get all that sulfur out?
Well, that could be. I'm not that knowledgeable about it, but my dad retired from Chevron, and of course you can't live in the past. Obviously, a loaf of bread used to be a nickel too. But he said that when diesel fuel, they had no place to go with diesel fuel because, back in the day, even the 18-wheelers had big gasoline engines. And then all of a sudden they started putting diesel engines in trucks. But generally, he said they were selling the diesel fuel for 8 cents a gallon to farmers because that's the only one that used it. They had diesel tractors, early on. And then when the trucks went to diesel, And then, of course, in the 70s, it really took off because that's when we had the first fake gas shortage. And General Motors redesigned the 350, made it a diesel, which was a big flop. You couldn't buy a diesel Volkswagen Rabbit because they were getting like 50, 60 miles to the gallon. You couldn't even touch one of them. So it was a process where a lot of people went to diesel and they saw the opportunity to make some money. So all of a sudden, diesel fuel got higher than gasoline. That was never the case. But you make a lot more money on a 300-gallon fill-up in a Peterbilt than you do on a 10-gallon fill-up in a Toyota.
No doubt.
So they saw the opportunity to make big money. And it's all about the money. Just follow them. If you can't figure something out, just follow the money. Figure out why it's so high. The person benefiting from that high price is all you have to look at. Simple as that. Remember when the gas got to, I think it was in 2005, the gas got to the ridiculous price of $2 a gallon. And all the oil company executives got called into Congress to explain why it's such a crazy price at $2 a gallon. Are you hearing anything about oil companies getting called in now? I'm not.
Not at the moment. Hey, if you've got a few more points for us here, hang in there because we got to get our news break. We're on a solid top and bottom of the hour clock, like back in the olden days. So we'll get our news break here. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Biden administration appears to be rapidly shifting its rhetoric about relations with Saudi Arabia. It's indicating a willingness to reassess what is considered a strategic partnership with the Gulf nation in the wake of oil prices and threats posed by Iran. Ned Price with the State Department.
There are security challenges, some of which emanate from Iran. We won't take our eye off the threat that Iran poses, not only to the region, but in some ways beyond.
The Los Angeles City Council president is resigning from the role after making racist remarks about a fellow member. Nuri Martinez's resignation came a day after a 2021 recording was leaked where she can be heard making racist remarks about another council member's black son. Martinez says she takes responsibility. This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. Dial us up. Phone lines open, obviously. Keeping an eye on Dodgers-Padres final game of the day as the playoffs continue. Who gets to go to the big show? World Series. Dodgers hanging in there 5-3 at the end of the 7th inning. So headed toward the 8th. Time begins to wind down for the Padres. All right. Thanks for hanging in there, Rangers. Good to have you on board this Wednesday.
Thanks, Steve. Another comment that our affirmative action Vice President Kamala Toe made. She said on this, I think it was Seth Rogen's show. I don't know. I never even heard of the guy. I guess he's from Saturday Night Live or something. But he might have 6 viewers, which is why they put her on there, because anything she had to say they know was going to be ridiculous. And they didn't want too many people to see it, so they put her on the lowest rated show that there is. But she made a comment that they're trying to push to legalize marijuana nationwide now. So she makes the comment that nobody should go to jail for a small amount of pot to be legalized. But when she was, I guess, Attorney General, prosecutor, whatever, in California, before she became Willie Brown's girlfriend and made her way to the top with knee pads, she was putting a lot of people in jail for the same amount of pot that she said should be legal. So again, I mean, don't they think about what they're going to say? But my point is, this is a shining example of what happens when you pick somebody or appoint somebody based on what they look like rather than their qualifications. She was the first one to drop out. Remember, there was 28 Democrats running for president.
Yep.
She was the first one to drop out. She got no ratings, no support. Nobody wanted her. First one to drop out. Now, if you're the president of the United States, why would you pick the worst person, the one that nobody wanted, to be your VP? And of course, it comes down to the politics of what she looks like. Now, she claims to be African American, which she's not. She's half Jamaican and half Asian Indian. Jamaica is not in Africa, nor is India. So another fraud. But this is what we have. Now, I have one last thing here. I saw on Facebook that Monkey Gallagher, Discovery Channel's making a program about him or something. Did you hear about that?
I had not got the update. I know he's been, he was going out to film something, but I don't have the full scoop.
Huh. I was happy I was surprised but happy because he was always an inspiration to me when I was working. You know, lifting those stupid damn heavy dollies and put doubles together was always aggravating for me because they're so damn heavy. You throw your back out trying to lift them up. And I kept thinking, you know, this is hard work, but considering that there's a guy with one less arm to use working just as hard, that was always an inspiration to me. I said, you know, this is tough, but there's somebody out there who has it tougher. So I was always inspired by him because he's like the quintessential trucker to me. And he always happy-go-lucky attitude, you know, and even with the handicap, he's smiling all the time, having a good time, doing his job. And all I can say is, you know, best wishes to him if he's going to be in the movies. I guess I'll have to, if I run into him, I'll have to ask him for an 8x10 autograph. But that's about all I have, Steve. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. There you go. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Who checks in? YouTube, Facebook, some of our friends on board. Philly Dan out of the box tonight. Morning, crew. Keep on humping. Yeah, it's hump day. Let's go Phillies. Obviously, Philly Dan pulling for those Phillies. They're off to a good start this past day. High pressure pumping on board. Heavy D. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Todd checks in. Hello from Drummond, Montana tonight with 58 degrees. There's Gerald. I'm feeling much better. Still have a bit of a cough, but I'm doing better. Stay groovy, my man. And to all the Overnight Drive nation. Yeah, Gerald had been kind of sick for a couple weeks and finally, last Friday, finally went and got tested for COVID. And sure enough, that's what he had been battling. Daniel checks in. Good morning, Daniel. There's, let's see, Randy checking in from the home 20, Mound Station, Illinois. Give me the weather, please. Got you covered there, Randy. Thank you much. Hello, Norman checks in from north central Kansas. Got some storms rolling through tonight. Looks like we might actually get some rain. Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. A clear, moonlit night at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia, with 48 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Happy hump day, Steve. Rockpick checking in. Hello, truckers, third shift workers, night owls, with 51 degrees in Rochester, New York. I'm wide awake at the keyboard tonight. Tapeworm checks in from Clayton, New Mexico. Yeah, beautiful big moon lighting up the desert tonight. Temperatures down around 60, yet perfect for an overnight drive. Roll on, drivers. Yeah, there's Shorty laying at the beach at Panama City Beach in Florida for 9 days. Time to get back in the saddle again. This week will be the longest month of my life. You know, after that, that's true. After all that time hanging out on the beach, just relaxing and enjoying life, got to get back to the old grind there. Daniel said, I put on fuel at Half Moon and Moses Lake for $4.79 a gallon. Spent 1 month fuel $4.78 over here at Bannock by Pocatello, Idaho. Kentucky Ken, good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, getting my new Freightliner fixed in Indianapolis. I'll be sure to check in later this morning. Safe travels. Kentucky Ken is listening in. Heatwave, good morning from Bliss, Idaho, with clear skies and 63 as we head for Denver, Colorado. Pappy's on board, 54 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Nice night. About to start the fire pit. Thinking about making that trip on Friday for Hillbilly Tex. You know, Pappy, I'll be honest. Over the last week and a half when you've been calling in, I honestly thought this was all a big game. You know, it's not like they've never tried to pull one over on us before. You know, we've had a lot of fun over the years, but as I was talking to them yesterday morning, I said, come on, guys. Now, is Tex really getting married this weekend? And I was like, well, yes, he is. I mean, they're not pulling one over on us. I've had several people email and ask, and come on, is this for real or is this just a game? You know, it's not like it's out of the realm of possibilities for these guys to pull one over on us. Tex is really getting married. So I did pull up that the restaurant they were talking about, the Calhoun in Lenore City, Tennessee. That's where they'll be. All right. So, and I guess Big Moose is actually going to be performing the nuptials this weekend. It's a real deal. So, for those who've been questioning, if you really wanted to go down and say, meet the Big Moose, meet Hillbilly Tex, I think Steve from the Florida-Georgia line now, used to be Nashville. Steve's going to be coming. I'm not sure who all else is going to be there, but Moose made it sound like we're going to pack this place out. Going to have a full house for Hillbilly Tex's wedding this weekend. All right. 5-7 on board. Copy in the mail. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Good to have you with us. Roger checks in. There's the Ice Cream Man checking in from Stratford, Texas tonight. About to pull in for the night. I blew a recapped trailer tire. All right, good luck with that. Buckeye Boy checks in from DeMont, Indiana. 60 degrees, a few sprinkles at this hour. I was rushed to get out of the house and get on the road because I was originally supposed to pick up in Rosemont, Illinois at noon Central. But when I got to my truck and was getting everything in it, my customer called and said it wouldn't be ready till 4 o'clock Central Time. So, of course, I told him, no problem. Whatever it takes. It's about 90 miles from there, and we'll sleep in tomorrow. Head out about 1 o'clock in the afternoon Central. Doesn't really matter. That just means I'll be getting back in later on Thursday, and I can listen to more of the overnight drive tomorrow night. Braves were a bit sluggish and sloppy today. I don't think the 5 days off are beneficial, but tomorrow's another day. Left the bases loaded in the first and the third innings without scoring a run. That hurts, right? That hurts for sure. They did finally wake up in the ninth to make it a one-run game with a chance to tie or go ahead, just couldn't get it done. All right, again, so today's another day. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Wally on board. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. There's Buster Brown. Steve, I am always listening on the app. And thank you, Lone Ranger, for checking in a couple of days ago. Well, we miss your wisdom there. Buckeye just paid $5.68 a gallon here in Indiana. Thanks to the puppet. He also said, Lone Ranger, good to hear from you there. Dave's on a new schedule. Can't listen at night. I'll try the podcast. Check it out. It's available everywhere. You can find your podcasts. OvernightDriveRadio.com, you name it. Dora's on board. Fuel at $5.49 a gallon in Englewood, Ohio tonight. Let's see, Wally, 81 degrees, 85% humidity, hot and muggy here in West Palm Beach tonight. Eskimo Mom checking in from a balmy Muncie, Indiana, doing my normal Tuesday, which is whatever loads are available. Tomorrow, Wednesday, of course, the first day of early or absentee voting in many states around the country. All right, got partly cloudy skies, lower 60s tonight. All right, we'll get to some of the other folks checking in here coming up. Lines available here on a Wednesday at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yeah, Norman there in north central Kansas. I guess you had that line of storms rumble through here in the last 20, 30 minutes. I see a well-defined line stretching from western portions of Iowa, from about Harlan, Idaho, right down through Omaha, Nebraska. The heaviest stuff now south of Lincoln, on down to Beatrice, Nebraska, and then right back into north central Kansas. That's the front that we've been talking about that's going to be pushing through. So already during these late night hours, pretty decent line of thunderstorms coming together, and that's only going to expand through the upcoming day. All right, Lone Ranger mentioned Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, the former congresswoman, former presidential candidate. Yeah, done with the Democrat Party. Via a video posted on social media, kind of outlining the details of her farewell. I can no longer remain in today's Democrat Party that is now under the complete control of an elitist cabal of warmongers driven by cowardly wokeness who divide us by racializing every issue, stoking anti-white racism, actively working to undermine our God-given freedoms, are hostile to people of faith and spirituality, demonize the police, and protect criminals at the expense of law-abiding Americans, believe in open borders, weaponize the national security state to go after political opponents, and above all, dragging us over closer to nuclear war. She went on to say, I believe in a government that is of, by, and for the people. Unfortunately, today's Democrat Party does not. Instead, it stands for government of, by, and for the powerful elite. I'm calling on my fellow common-sense, independent-minded Democrats to join me in leaving the Democratic Party. If you can no longer stomach the direction that so-called woke Democratic Party ideologues are taking our country, I invite you to join me. Now, of course, that video less than a month before the November midterms that will determine control of the House for the next 2 years and possibly the fate of the Biden administration's agenda. Also about 8 months into Ukraine's war with Russia, which we have, of course, provided billions of dollars in support for Ukraine as we continue to witness daily the rising threat of nuclear war. Tulsi's long been a critic of pro-war foreign policy establishment. She's always been a critic of wokeism, both, of course, currently led by the Democrat Party. But, well, there you go. Tulsi Gabbard. I don't see, did she say, is she joining the Republican Party, or is she going to become an independent? I don't see where she had specified that, but all right, what's going on? Clear lines here on a Wednesday, hump day. Mike. It's 844-844-3388. Couple of mornings ago, we had 5-7 on the line, and he said, hey, for the drivers out there, I think we were talking about the whole weather thing and the news and information you get from the program. And he said, hey, when the chain laws are going in effect, Steve Summers will keep you notified. You'll hear what's going on out there in the industry. Well, here you go, 5-7. The Colorado State Patrol is targeting and ticketing now commercial vehicle drivers who do not comply with the chain law requirements. There's actually 3 planned enforcement checkpoints coming up here, starting later this week, as a matter of fact. The State Patrol's Golden Division will partner with the Colorado State Patrol Port of Entry in Dumont and the Colorado Department of Transportation, and they're going to set up a series of chain law checkpoints near Georgetown on I-70 at the 228-mile marker. That's the Georgetown chain station there. Now, they held several of these checkpoints in September. They were not ticketing. This was mainly for educational purposes. They told us at the time, starting in October, that is going to change. These checkpoints that are coming up here in a few days will be strict enforcement. Starting this Friday, the 14th, 8 a.m. till 4 p.m., followed by October the 17th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and then on October the 26th, again, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. State Patrol said that commercial vehicle drivers will be required to obey specific signage directing them to the checkpoint. If you fail to stop, troopers will be set up specifically to stop those failing to comply. Now, the penalty for noncompliance with the winter driving restrictions, a fine of $500 plus a $79 surcharge as wintertime approaches. If you end up stuck blocking any travel portion of the roadway, it becomes a $1,000 fine plus a $157 surcharge. Now, here's the deal. A lot of drivers out there apparently aren't aware of these chain laws. Now, last month, when they were just doing the educational thing, troopers found only 62% of commercial vehicle drivers were actually in compliance. If that's the case in the coming days, with these checkpoints, they're going to be writing a lot of tickets. It's going to be strict enforcement. Colorado Department of Transportation requires commercial vehicle drivers gross commercial vehicle weight of 16,001 pounds or more, traveling on I-70 between the 133 and 255 or 59 mile marker to carry sufficient chains starting September 1st, and it goes all the way till the end of May 31 each year. But there you go. If you don't have those chains on board, I mean, I realize it's not snowing right now. Why would I need chains? The chain laws are in effect, and the checkpoints, a lot of drivers are going to get a kind of a rude awakening with that message here in the coming days. But you've been informed, so you know, right? Maybe pass the word. What's going on, High Tech?
Oh, I just listening to the news, and it's coming up on Halloween, so I figured it's time to talk about the boogeyman.
The boogeyman?
Yeah, each party, the Republicans have the boogeyman, and the Democrats have the boogeyman. For instance, for the Democrats, it's the AR-15, or just guns in general. Everybody's got to be afraid of the guns. Be afraid. Be afraid. The Republicans got fentanyl. Oh, we're all dying from fentanyl. Fentanyl's killing all the children. I tell you what, Steve, you can set an AR-15 on the table here in front of me. You can set a bag of fentanyl out here on the table in front of me, and neither one of them would do anything to me. Neither one of them, that fentanyl's not going to jump up my nose, and that rifle is not going to go off and shoot me in the head. unless it takes a person to do something with it. Now, the fentanyl, half of that's because of the boogeyman that was about, I think it was 8 years ago. Oh, it was a prescription drug. The what do you call it? The
opioids.
Oxycodone, overprescribed.
Mm-hmm.
So they created a boogeyman, and then they got rid of all of it. And now even the people on hospice and stuff have a hard time getting their opioids. You know, they're dying anyway. Let them have it. So they made this big boogeyman. They cracked down on all the prescription opioids, so that opened up a big black market for the
fentanyl, which, yes, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, I don't know what the numbers are, are becoming addicted to the fentanyl. But hold that thought, High Tech, because the clock says it's news break time as we roll into a Wednesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Biden administration appears to be rapidly shifting its rhetoric about relations with Saudi Arabia. It's indicating a willingness to reassess what is considered a strategic partnership with the Gulf nation in the wake of oil prices and threats posed by Iran. Ned Price with the State Department.
There are security challenges, some of which emanate from Iran. We won't take our eye off the threat that Iran poses, not only to the region, but in some ways beyond.
China is making demands to Elon Musk.
Elon Musk revealed that the Chinese Communist government has asked him directly to withhold Starlink internet access from the Chinese people. Elon said Beijing has made it clear its disapproval of recent rollouts of Starlink in Ukraine and sought assurances he would not sell Starlink access in China. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Trafalgar Group pollster Robert Cahaly says he believes Republican voters will be undercounted ahead of the 2022 midterm elections, as they were to an infamous degree in 2016. Cahaly said those voters aren't answering polls, aren't putting stickers on their cars, aren't displaying signs in their yards, or posting on social media. Cahaly said they're not saying a word until Election Day. The Los Angeles City Council president is resigning from the role after making racist remarks about a fellow member. Nury Martinez's resignation came a day after a 2021 recording was leaked where she can be heard making racist remarks about another council member's black son. Martinez, who will remain a member of the council, apologized in a statement saying she takes responsibility for what she said. And Wall Street ended mostly lower on Tuesday after another up and down day. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Former presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard jumped ship from the Democrat Party on Tuesday, and another former Democrat says he can relate. Dick Morris, a former advisor to Presidents Clinton and Trump, spoke to Newsmax about his exodus from the Democrat Party.
Reagan and Trump and me, for example, all started off as Democrats, and then we shifted. But we didn't shift. The party shifted under our feet. And the party of JFK, the party of Bill Clinton, actually, is really now more the Republican Party than the Democrats.
Meanwhile, the midterm elections are 4 weeks from Tuesday. Some pundits are speculating it will be a red wave, meaning Republicans will walk away with major wins as many in the Democrat Party try to distance themselves from President Joe Biden and his disastrous policies. In related news, some 1.6 million voters in Michigan have requested absentee ballots, and 150,000 have already cast ballots for the general election. A now former San Antonio police officer has been charged for shooting and gravely wounding a teen eating a hamburger in his car in a McDonald's parking lot. An attorney says 17-year-old Eric Cantu remains hospitalized in critical condition. 25-year-old James Bernand was charged Tuesday with 2 counts of aggravated assault. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, back at it here on a Wednesday. Hope your week's going well. Working our way into the 12th day of October. Yeah, High Tech talking about the boogeyman. I don't know. I shared the story last evening from the FBI's database that the number of people killed with rifles in the United States, they had the numbers 2018, 19, 20, 21. For last year, the number of killed by knives and other cutting objects was double the number of individuals killed with rifles. For the previous year, it was triple the number of people killed with knives and other, quote, cutting instruments. I guess what? Scissors, machetes, hatchets, whatever it might be. And the year before that, it was actually 4 times as many killed with knives and other cutting instruments versus killed by rifles. But for whatever reason, the focus tends to be on those guns. I've never heard of any call to sue case knife manufacturers for manufacturing knives.
Well, don't give them any ideas, because over there in England and stuff, they do. You can't carry a knife. You can't if you're caught out with a kitchen knife. That's. I'm not sure if they won't try to register those next.
Well,
but, they want us to be more like Europe.
Right.
You can see what Trudeau does up there in Canada. They all hail. If you say anything wrong about the Canadian government, they'll take your bank account away from you, and take your money and lock you up and everything. But there's more boogeyman. Tulsi Gabbard, she said it pretty good. Part of her, I remember she was the golden child when she first came out back 2016, and she fell out of favor. It was almost like she immediately got poo-pooed by all her friends when Trump first took office. She went down there to talk to him about Syria, and Trump did something about it. It was because she mentioned to Trump that the Christians, there was a lot of Christians in Syria that were being persecuted. So Trump actually authorized that persecuted Christians could apply for asylum. And most people know the Democratic Party is totally anti. I mean, you talk about hate mongers, they talk about people hating because of race, or hating because somebody doesn't know what sex they are. But you talk about Christian or Christianity to those people, and they're all about hate. They have a visceral hate for Christianity. And that got her. I mean, as soon as she did that and went and talked to the new president at the time, she got automatically poo-pooed. She was like, no more. She was shunned. That's what you call it. She was shunned by everybody down there because she went and talked to the new president about getting asylum for the Christians in Syria. And I thought that was just ironic. She was the golden child, and as soon as she went and did that, she was no longer the golden child.
Yeah.
But that's just a little history there. Most people forget about that stuff. And, right now, you want a boogeyman, how about President Poopy Pants poking the bear out there, He's like, somebody with more nuclear warheads than even we have, and he's going to, dare them. He's going to... It's the same... Okay, Ukraine is right on the Russian border. Cuba had a little bit of ocean between us and Cuba, and you see what we did when the Russians put missiles in Cuba. And here we are, threatening him on his own soil over there. It's like, if we want to give them some conventional weapons, yeah, well, okay, But as far as sending in nukes and stuff like that, if he starts shooting off nukes, what are we going to do about it? going to shoot back with ours, that leaves us wide open for a direct strike.
Right.
They already got a cyber attack they're trying to blame on the Russians right now. I've seen something about it. Have you ever heard of Ground News? It's a news service I've been trying out. They corrugate all the different news services, and they rate them, and they put the left-leaning ones and the center ones and the right ones, and they categorize the news services by whether they're right-wing, left-wing, or center, and they give the stories, and they show which news agency is reporting mostly on this or mostly on that. Of course, you just heard, I think it was on your broadcast, that they told Elon Musk, over there in China, they wanted him to stop providing Starlink to the Chinese people because of what he's doing in the Ukraine.
In Ukraine, yeah.
So, but Elon does have a big factory there, Tesla in China. But here's the thing. He just provides internet. He doesn't, if somebody in China can smuggle in one of those dishes, he ain't got nothing to say about it, whether they can receive it or not. It just comes off the satellites. So it's up to the Chinese government to say, okay, none of you people here can have those dishes. So, he doesn't stop. He doesn't allow it. It's like a phone line. They just signed a contract with T-Mobile. Yeah, I think it was T-Mobile, that they're putting up even bigger type of Starlink satellite, which is going to allow you to use your standard cell phone to connect directly to the satellite flying overhead, so there won't be any more dead spots. But like everything, the government and people will abuse that and say, okay, now we can track you wherever you are. There's no place to hide.
Yeah.
Everything good, they will find a way to abuse it. It's like the neural net where they plug the computer directly into your brain. That could have huge benefits. I mean, just think about it. It'd be like the Matrix. You download Kung Fu, and all of a sudden, hey, I know Kung Fu. But the dark side is that they would use that to try to control you and make you do what somebody else wants you, turn you into a puppet. So that's why we can't have it, because people are so evil that they can't be trusted with that kind of power. So anyway, there's my. I haven't said anything to get you kicked off of YouTube yet, have I?
I hope not. I wouldn't think so. But thanks for checking in, High Tech. Yeah, the other boogeyman he mentioned is fentanyl. It's hard to fathom with the sheer number of people that are dying from it. I mean, for everyone that passes away from an overdose, the cartels have to find a way to find another user, because eventually, I mean, if all the users are dead, there's no more demand. But somehow, for some reason, and it really is, it's hard to wrap my brain around young people that are willing, knowing and hearing the news, the number of people that have died and continue to die. Why would you be willing to try something? A drug that they say that, you could experiment with marijuana, right? You could smoke it, you may like it, you may not. You could do a line of cocaine, you may like it, you may not. You can get addicted, but my understanding is with the likes of heroin and this fentanyl stuff, like once you do it, it's almost like that first time you're hooked. You're coming back for more. Why would you try something like that? Yeah, latest numbers, drug overdose deaths are still at near record levels. According to the latest numbers from the CDC, more than 109,000 died of a drug overdose death in the 12-month period that ended in March of this year. 109,000. Annual overdose deaths actually hit record levels during the pandemic. The latest figure is a 44% jump from 2 years earlier when there were about 76,000 deaths in the 12-month period that ended in March of 2020, right back when the pandemic thing was first really just kicking in. Yeah, synthetic opioids, the likes of fentanyl, more than 2/3 of the overdose deaths in the year ending March of 2022. They say deaths involving synthetic opioids increased by 80% over just the past 2 years. For all those dying from it, and you look at the numbers, the seizures of the drugs that the cartels are just pouring into this country, it wouldn't be coming in if there wasn't some demand for the supply. 17 past the hour. We'll get to Kentucky Ken coming up next year, and plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. Had Buckeye Boys said, pretty much like as I alluded to, I'm not seeing, where's Tulsi Gabbard going? Is she going to become a Republican? Is she going to be an independent? Buckeye Boys, he's guessing independent. Knucklebuster sent me a link here. He said he couldn't pull up the full story, but the headline was, Tulsi Gabbard. The rumors start just like that. Tulsi Gabbard's going to be Trump's vice president pick if he runs for 2024. I guess a prediction from Greg Gutfeld. Gutfeld broke that down. Let's see if I can get the rest of that story here. Meanwhile, hello to Deborah, checking in from Indiana. Morning, Steve. Hoping everybody's doing well this morning. Be safe out there driving tonight, especially my special driver. Happy hump day. Got a nice 59 degrees here in central Indiana. Heading up to 74, but the rain will be coming in later today. Yeah, then things going to begin cooling off. That is correct. Have a great morning there, Deborah. Santa Claus checks in. Top of the morning, Steve. 68 degrees here in Sacramento. Watching as I lie in the bed tonight. All right. Get some rest there, Santa Claus. Good to hear from you. Hillbilly Tex. Heading to get some shut-eye, huh? Hillbilly Tex, exit 81 off the big I-75. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. I'm going to go to bed, he says. All right. With the Mississippi River approaching near record low levels, we've been talking about this. The barge traffic, there is something akin to 2,000 barges that are kind of stuck waiting to move. Yeah, the nation's largest steel maker, located in Mississippi County, announcing they're pulling the plug on barge shipments. According to Bloomberg.com, Nucor Corporation announcing they will not load barges for a few weeks to avoid having material stuck on the river. This after the largest U.S. barge operator, Ingram Barge Company, have declared force majeure on some shipments due to low water conditions disrupting the normal operations through the river. With barge companies no longer taking orders, Bloomberg noted that companies are paying a premium to move everything from steel and aluminum to grain, either by train or truck, at prices nearly 5 times higher than moving it by barge. Yeah, boy, you know what that means. I mean, if they're paying 5 times as much to move the product, that's going to be passed on to the consumer. This is not going to bode well for inflation numbers. Shipments of coal and petroleum are also being rerouted, according to Monday's report from Bloomberg, but these other modes of transportation are not an effective solution. One 15-barge tow has the same freight capacity, this story says, as 940 semi-trucks. I had the graphic earlier this week that said it was like 1,050, so somewhere between 950 and 1,050 semi-trucks to move what one 15-barge tow could move. According to the director of the Soy Transportation Coalition, was quoted as saying, this efficiency is predicated on normal water conditions, which unfortunately do not exist right now. Hello, Kentucky Ken. What's going on out there?
Oh, another day in paradise. Yeah, that Mississippi, that's going to be tragic for inflation and prices on things, that's for sure. Hey, just to touch on what you were saying about the fentanyl and all that, I did 8 years of drug work, and when I was doing it, it was more crack cocaine and heroin was just coming into the greater Cincinnati area at that time. But I can tell you this, because I've talked to hundreds and hundreds of users. You know, it's that old saying, you know, they're bulletproof. It's not going to happen to them. And then once it does happen and they do get addicted, they can't get off.
Correct.
And what you said was exactly true. They chase that first high that they got, and they will never get it again. They'll never get it again, and they chase it forever. And this is just the honest truth. I know one person, she was a prostitute. She had a $500 a day habit on crack cocaine. She was out all day, all night.
Wow.
$500 a day. And she supported that through prostitution, and she is the only one. She calls me usually at Thanksgiving every year. She got off crack, moved to Ohio, Hamilton County, Ohio, and she has since got a college degree. She's working. She got married, got her kids back. So a lot of positive, but that's the only one that I ever knew that didn't go to prison or die from OD. So anyway, I just thought I'd throw that in there. But I want to give a shout out to all the big record drivers that pull these trucks. This morning, I always get up, listen to the show, eat my oatmeal, do my pre-trip, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Well, this morning, in my brand new 2022 Freightliner with 703 miles on it that I picked up last week, went to start it, and there was no crank. So they sent a record to me. hauled me from Illinois. I was about 30 miles inside Illinois, up on 74. Brought me down to this Stoops down in Indy. And it ended up, I just got done about 30 minutes ago. It ended up being 3 wires that apparently Freightliner did not connect properly. They were 3 loose wires. So I'm guessing this whole day is going to cost Freightliner quite a bit of money for a snafu and not tightening up some wires. But I was really impressed with the driver. Get me down here. I was loaded. My company sent another driver up to get my trailer to get it to Wisconsin. So after I got a couple more hours for my break, and then I'm off to Louisville to get another trailer. But that was he did a lot. That record driver did a lot of work getting just prepped to run this truck and trailer down to Indy.
Wow.
So anyway, it was 703 miles and I was broken down. So that
brand new truck. Wow.
Brand new. I picked it up in Nashville last week.
Yep.
Made two or three runs with it. So here we go. But it's going to get better. That's what he said. That's what the mechanic said. He said, they must have done your truck on Friday.
Yeah.
That's what he said. They wanted it out of there. Wanted to go have a cold one, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, Steve. Just wanted to say hello. Everybody have a safe night and take care.
I've kind of heard that over the years. Is there a way to actually determine, like via a VIN number or something, what day of the week your vehicle came off the assembly line? Because I have heard a Friday vehicle, everybody's wanting to get done, get home, get out, get the weekend started, you know what I mean? And it is 844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The more liberal the state, the more likely it is to be home to income inequality. This according to a Daily Wire analysis of newly released census data from 2021. New York, Connecticut, and California had the biggest gulf between rich and poor, according to a Census Bureau yardstick called the Gini Index. Utah, Indiana, and South Dakota had the least inequality. 30,000 non-U.S. citizens living in Colorado were apparently sent postcards by mistake, which encouraged them to register to vote. Democratic Secretary of State Jenna Griswold's office said the postcards were mistakenly mailed on September 27th. The incident is under investigation. And Blake Shelton said he's decided to take a step back from his coaching duties on The Voice after a 12-year ride. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Greg, checking in this morning. He says, good evening all, sitting at home, then I'll head to Ohio in the morning for a Wednesday delivery. High Tech says, Tulsi Gabbard, the next Playboy centerfold. They don't even do Playboy anymore, do they? I don't know. It seems like, what, does the magazine still exist, or it's like all online, isn't it? But they don't do, I don't even know what they're up to there. Hello to Dingbat, checking in. She said, the leg giving me so much pain. I'll be going in Thursday to find out the big date for the surgery. Hope all's well with the crazy drivers out there like Brain Dead. Go Gators and go Tennessee Vols. I was talking about the barge traffic. I did a quick search, see if I could find anything new. Story yesterday, apparently, I guess the Army Corps of Engineers has been down there dredging and whatnot. So I guess they've got some movement going. The two stretches of the southern Mississippi were reopened to commercial traffic after dredging operations deepened the shipping channel near Memphis and near Stack Island, Mississippi, according to the Coast Guard. The major shipping waterway closed to vessel traffic at those two locations since at least last week, after several barges and boats struck the river bottom in the drought-parched river, obviously disrupting the flow of newly harvested grain from Midwest farmers to the export terminals at the Gulf Coast, where some 60% of corn, soybean, and wheat exports exit the country. Northbound shipments of road salt, fertilizer, and other goods also stalled by that closure. The southbound queue of 22 towboats hauling 392 barges was still waiting to pass a section of river near Stack Island as of Monday morning. But apparently they've got the northbound queue has cleared, according to the Coast Guard. No vessels waiting to pass near Memphis. The queue had ballooned to more than 100 towboats and at least 2,000 barges last week, sending freight rates and grain barge premiums to historic highs. Now, the Coast Guard does say traffic remained restricted to one way only. Barge draft restrictions that limit the amount of cargo per vessel and curbs the number of barges allowed in each tow are still in place due to the low water and the narrowed shipping channel. Low water is expected to remain a problem for barge shippers as mostly dry weather in the near-term forecast. Mississippi River at Memphis is forecast to recede over the next 2 weeks to what will be multi-year lows, possibly challenging a low water record that was set in October of 1988. According to the National Weather Service river forecast there, so at least they've got some of that. I guess the backlog is moving. Some barges are moving up and down the river. See if that'll continue. Will this cold front bring enough rain to maybe raise the water levels down the Mississippi over the next day or two? Well, good morning, Pappy. What's happening out there?
Man, Steve, I'll tell you, well, I just stoked the fire for the last time. I got to get in there and roll some cigarettes for the next 2 days. But, you know, Steve, when we were talking about the supply lines and buffoons in D.C. draining the oil reserves, Steve, I'll be the first one to admit, man, I would have never thought that the Mississippi or the Ohio would get down to where the barges couldn't get through.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's what we're talking about. Things can happen. Remember 77, 78?
I was very young, but yes, I remember the oil embargo, man. The crisis, the big lines at the pump, yeah.
Steve, I was in high school, and the Ohio River froze over. Went out and walked on it.
I did that myself. Liquid. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I got about 50 feet out, and it started cracking. And the liquid courage kind of ran out and forced me to turn around and go back.
There were people that actually crossed the entire river. I know there. I mean, the news was saying that you get out toward the center, man, that water's moving under there, and if you go through, you ain't getting back out.
Steve, I can remember looking down and seeing the water running underneath. The buddies I were with, they kept on going, Steve. They went across, touched the Kentucky side, and came on back.
Wow, yeah, daredevils.
They had more liquid courage in them at that point than I did, I guess. You know, but the same thing, Steve. The river froze over, and barges couldn't get through. I think it was the winter of 77 going into 78. They shut Colerain High School down. We were off school for a month in the winter. When they finally opened up, we went to Northwest High School. Northwest High School went from like 7 o'clock in the morning till 11. They broke. Colerain students showed up at noon to 4 for half a day. That's how we ended up finishing the rest of the year.
Wow.
And let me tell you something, Steve. Think of this. You don't have to be in school until noon. You're talking about a party winter. That was one partying winter. But, yeah, I mean, things we talk about, the unknowns.
Yeah.
You know, you got Biden now fretting Arabs over there because he went and begged them for oil. And they turned around and said, nope, matter of fact, we'll cut production by 1 billion barrels a day, or 1 million barrels a day. And what they do, like a couple days later, he ran his mouth and said something. Let's cut it another 1 million. We're up to 2 million.
2 million a day, right?
So what's he do? He turns around and threatens to take our air support from them. And, the Saudis in Iran, Steve, they ain't friends. And we all know that if Iran gets that capability, or thinks they could do something to Saudi now because maybe the United States took their air support away from them. I mean, this is the kind of rhetoric going on. It can just push this whole planet over the edge of the universe. And what did I mention the other night, Steve? Said, give you something to think about with Elon Musk. With all the satellites going over China there, I said, they ain't going to like that.
Nope. Sure enough.
And what did you just hear on your newscast? China begging Elon, man, come on, help us out, dude. We can't have our people gaining internet access.
Free access to no unrestricted access.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
have to control all the content.
I think I mentioned this, all the TikTok, that app comes out of China. They control everything on there. And them kids over in China are not seeing the same TikTok videos that these kids are seeing over here. You can take that to the bank.
No doubt.
But that's all I got, Steve. Debating whether to make that trip Friday or not. I don't know, man. You better call Moose before we make any reservations for sure.
Yeah, you heard me say. I thought they were pulling our leg. I thought they were just joshing, but I know he's getting hitched.
I'll tell you, Steve, when you called me Monday morning after the show, man, we're talking, and I'm like, dude, are they for real? we don't know.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know. We'll see. All right, my man. This fire's dying down. I got to go in and get ready for the next 2 days. So.
Not a bad night for a bonfire out there. Showing 59 degrees at the airport.
Yes, sir. It's beautiful. A little haze in the air, but it's beautiful out here. Yeah. So, hammer down. Peace out.
Rain coming later today. Yeah, that's the president. They're furious. With Saudi Arabia over their production cut announcement. Accusing the kingdom of allying themselves with Russia and vowing to engage with U.S. lawmakers to punish Riyadh. In an interview with CNN, he says, quote, there's going to be some consequences for what they've done. He added he believes it's time for the U.S. to rethink its relationship with Saudi Arabia. But he and senior administration officials also conceded a legislative plan to retaliate probably will not materialize until after the November midterms, underscoring the complex calculations that we face as we weigh a long-time partnership that has quickly soured. Yesterday, the National Security Council spokesman John Kirby called the OPEC Plus decision to slash production by 2 million barrels a day as short-sighted, and this will undoubtedly benefit Russia at a time when nobody in any capacity should be trying to benefit Vladimir Putin. Of course, Russia is a leader of the OPEC Plus alliance, right? They warned that this move risks undermining the Group of Seven's diplomatic efforts to support developing countries with infrastructure investment, since those nations would be least equipped to bear the burden of higher oil prices. But the anger expressed towards Saudi Arabia by Biden administration officials not immediately met with any sort of commensurate action. What's the process? What kind of punishment are you talking about? The president would only say he's in the process of evaluating consequences. Yeah, it's not likely before lawmakers return from the recess. It's going to last into November for the midterms there, right? I'm not going to get into what I'm considering and what I have in mind, but there will be consequences, he says. All right. We're not announcing like a formal policy review here with a special team or anything, but what we're talking about is the president's belief that the relationship needs to be reviewed here. Kirby went on to say that he couldn't provide a time frame for any sort of a blueprint for this re-evaluation of relations with Saudi Arabia. You know, we don't need to be making more enemies. We really need friends that we've had, because we ain't got many friends in the Middle East. That is for sure. But one of the suggestions, again, circulating via social media and whatnot is that discussions about maybe cutting some arms supplies to Saudi Arabia. Yeah. There's not a whole lot we could actually do to so-called punish them. But that's what they're thinking about. It is 844-844-3388. We return into...
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So here we are more than a week after Ian hits Florida, and residents still struggling to clear the wreckage. Yeah, tens of thousands still without power. Islands off the coast still cut off by the collapsed bridge. And as analysts scour through the numbers, Ian could be the second deadliest storm this century. Obviously, cleanup's going to take months. The official death toll is still rising. Deadliest storm in 87 years. So far, the hurricane has officially killed over 100 people. Yeah, far more than the 65 who died in Hurricane Andrew back in 1992. Real total is probably at least 120, they're saying. There are still some missing from the storm, so there's no official number. Most of the victims drowned from the storm surge. Others killed by falling debris or being blown off their fleet. Florida hasn't seen this many hurricane deaths since 1935. That was the Labor Day hurricane that killed 408 people. So also the second deadliest storm to hit anywhere in the U.S. this century. In 2005, Katrina killed at least 1,245 people. 135 of those are still missing, believe it or not. So Ian will not come anywhere close to that total. But still devastating for the state of Florida. Good morning, Senor.
Good morning, Senor. Well, I got a few things to say. That empty-headed jackass in the White House needs to look in the mirror because he is the cause of all this unrest. He alone is the one who made us a net exporter of energy to the paupers begging for more oil. It's kind of like an Oliver Twist, but in reverse, you know?
Yep.
Oh, goodness. Day one, he cancels the Keystone Pipeline, 56,000 union jobs. The party of the union worker turns around and bites them. You know, fentanyl coming across the border. Well, we had a little bit, and Trump was doing what he could to stop it because of his brother Fred, who had died from, I guess, alcoholism or something to that effect. But he knew that this drug that's coming over, and I wouldn't call it an overdose. It's more of a poisoning than anything else. Because, I mean, if you just get a little bit flicked on your skin, I mean, that's enough to kill you in some instances.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then when they make them look like Skittles, kids get a hold of it. That's not an overdose. That's a poisoning. And they are knowingly doing this. So, I mean, the border crisis is his. The energy crisis is his. The instability around the world because of his fool arguments, you know, he don't like something, so he's going to say it. Well, you know what? That's on you too. The interest, the inflation, that's all on the Democrat Party. So if he wants to look at how he can take care of take the reins and get control, he needs to look in the mirror, but he ain't the answer. It's his party that screwed up. My wife, the lady Heatwave, is on what they call the fentanyl patch, and it's a patch that you kind of like a nicotine patch. You just slap it on your skin. She is getting 50 microkilograms of the stuff with it that is getting absorbed in the body. Now, she was on 75, and that was barely cutting the pain. And then they dropped her down to 50 microkilograms. I was like, well, that's not really doing anything for you. So why are you continue to take it? She says, well, if I don't, then they're going to cut me off of all my medication. And they basically have, trying to tell her she needs to see an acupuncturist for her issues. What? I thought science was supposed to be leading the way in medical to help alleviate these pains, and to tell her to go stick a needle in you, you're done. Go figure. Now, I know Trump had tried to get the pharmaceutical companies. Man, that's a big $5 word for someone who could barely talk. He was telling them, look, let's get something on the market. Let's find some way to deliver relief without, one, costing an arm and a leg, which I think is probably the killer right there because they want to make money, and two, something that is not going to be addictive. Man, I don't know what you could say to make people just cringe when they say not expensive and not addictive. Well, the big deal there is the money. It's going to cost a lot of money in research and development to get this particular medication if they ever get it. and they're going to need to recoup a lot of that, so it's going to have to be expensive. 2, they need to get people hooked on it so they can have a steady supply. Just, except it's not an illegal drug cartel; it's a legal pharmaceutical that's getting the people hooked.
To some extent, that's how we got to where we are today. If you go back and look at they've actually made the movie about it. I can't remember what it was called. That the pharmaceutical companies were selling this opioid. They're selling it as non-addictive. They promised it. You were not going to. Well, it turns out, I guess, they were lying through their teeth, and it was obviously very addictive, and they got millions of people addicted to it.
Yep. Well, that's how they stay in business. So, and 3, we're talking about the Mississippi River being really, really low. Just coming through the Washington, Oregon border, where I think it's the Olympia River and the Snake River is a tributary to the Olympia River that borders, that's between the border of Oregon and Washington State up there on the northern side. Anyways, that river is low, very low as well.
All right, I got to get to my news break here, so we'll pause, take care of business, and come back with more of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. First things first, ready to win $1,000? It's the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Giveaway, and we got a keyword. Take this keyword to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. This hour's keyword is grind. G-R-I-N-D. Grind. All right, for additional keywords, we'll have another coming your way about 2 hours from now. Then, of course, stick around, tncradio.live throughout the broadcast day. Additional keywords 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. every weekday. And good luck from tncradio.live and Hot Shot Secret. Now, seeing as it is Wednesday morning, that means the rebroadcast of TNC Radio's Tuesday evenings Ladies' Night. 3 great shows, all hosted by women, but made for anyone in the trucking industry. First up at 5 a.m. this morning after the overnight drive on tncradio.live, it's Shannon Courier in the Southern Route. Then stick around for Shelley Johnson and Kathy Tuccaro with Women Road Warriors. Finally, coming up at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, don't miss Sarah Barnes-Humphrey and the latest thoughts on the supply chain. All 3 shows are new this week, available on tncradio.live's website, the app, Roku TV, Alexa, thousands of others devices. So, again, your keyword this hour is grind. Good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. All right, with that, we'll take care of our news update. Top of the hour has arrived as we roll into the early hours of a Wednesday hump day.
USA Radio News.
The more liberal the state, the more likely it is to be home to income inequality. This according to a Daily Wire analysis of newly released census data from 2021. New York, Connecticut, and California had the biggest gulf between rich and poor, according to a Census Bureau yardstick called the Gini Index. Utah, Indiana, and South Dakota had the least inequality. The Labor Department is looking into making some changes.
A Labor Department proposal could classify millions of gig workers as employees instead of independent contractors. That would guarantee them minimum wage pay and overtime. The new rule would lower the bar for being classified as an employee from the previous rules set by the Trump administration's Labor Department. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Around 30,000 non-U.S. citizens living in Colorado were apparently sent postcards by mistake, which encouraged them to register to vote. Democratic Secretary of State Jenna Griswold's office says the postcards were mistakenly mailed on September 27th after department employees compared a list of names of 102,000 people provided by the Electronic Registration Information Center to a Colorado database. The incident is under investigation. Actress Sharon Osbourne donated money to Black Lives Matter, and now she wants it back. A TMZ reporter asked Osbourne about rapper Kanye West's controversial White Lives Matter shirt and his claim that Black Lives Matter is, quote, a scam. According to Osbourne, she and her husband donated $900,000 to the organization. And country superstar Blake Shelton has decided to take a step back from his coaching duties on The Voice after a 12-year ride. This is USA Radio News.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yup, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
A Russian analyst played a major role in the creation of a flawed dossier about former President Donald Trump. In fact, prosecutors argued on Tuesday that Igor Danchenko fabricated one of his own sources and concealed the identity of another when interviewed by the FBI. That dossier by British spy Christopher Steele and commissioned by Democrats during the 2016 presidential campaign included allegations of contact between the Trump campaign and Russian government officials. A prominent Democrat is walking away from the party she once served.
Former Democrat presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard announced she is leaving the Democrat Party.
I can no longer remain in today's Democratic Party that's under the complete control of an elitist cabal of warmongers who are driven by cowardly wokeness, who are hostile to people of faith, who demonize the police but protect criminals.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
NATO defense ministers are gathering in Brussels this week, and the U.S. ambassador to the alliance told reporters Tuesday that sending air defense systems to Ukraine will be at the top of everyone's agenda. Russia bombarded civilian targets across Ukraine this weekend in retaliation for the bombing of its sole bridge to Crimea. And Angela Lansbury, star of film and stage and TV's favorite sleuth, died Tuesday at the age of 96. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hey, we roll back into it here, cross over another hour. Welcome into a Wednesday. Guess that would be our friends in the Mountain Time Zone. Hey, by the way, Dodgers held on. That 5-3 lead that they had, all the way back in the fifth inning, they held on. That was the final score of 5-3. So the Dodgers move on in Major League playoff action. So rather than 4 games in a day, the way they kicked things off with, a full day. First game was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I had baseball till after the midnight hour. Here for your Wednesday, they start breaking things down. Philadelphia will meet the Braves again. Phillies won that first game, by the way. That'll be at 4:35 Eastern time this afternoon. And then you move into prime time. The nightcap, that'll be an 8:37 start. Dodgers versus the Padres in game number 2. Then you head out into Thursday. You'll see the Mariners take on Houston. Game 2, Houston won that first game, up 1-0. And the nightcap, which will start 7:37 Thursday evening again. Game number 2 between the Yankees and the Cleveland Guardians. Yankees won that first game, so up 1-0. All right, get back to Heat Wave. Let him finish up here on a Wednesday morning. Happy Hump Day, by the way.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hell. Where was I? Oh, yeah. That Olympia River, Snake River, runs into it from Idaho. That river was low. Where you would normally see the middle of the river, all you were seeing were like sandbars, little islands.
Yeah.
And it's like, my goodness, they really need to rain out here. So I hope we get moisture, and I don't care what form, and I may be called a heretic because, no one likes to hear that word ice or snow. But rain is always good, and no matter what form, you just need to be careful while driving on it.
Yep.
So that's about what we got going on here. And so, we're heading to Denver, and then from there we're heading to Albuquerque, and then from there I'm jumping in the car, and I'm going to fly like hell to Texas. As it's been a while since I've seen my parents. Mama turned 81 here last month, and my dad turns 85, I think, later on this month. And they ain't got too many more years or months ahead of them, so I better make sure that I catch every day as best I can with them. I call them about once a week just to see what's going on, and, well, there's always a story about something.
Mm-hmm.
But thank goodness it's not about the lumbago or the snoring or whatever. They actually got real world issues out there. If my dad stops working, that's going to be the day that he ceases to exist, because he works to live and he lives to work.
Mm-hmm.
And you take that work away from him, he won't know what to do with himself. And my mom, well, she's enjoying her golden years with her grandchildren around her. And, oh, yeah. She's like, the house is paid for, the vehicles are paid for, the land's paid for, been that way for a while. It's time to enjoy the good life. So, well, whenever I get there, I'll be sure to take her out to get herself something to eat. I was kind of hoping Monkey Gouger would be on to tell me what's happening, because I still owe him that bet from last year's World Series fiasco with Houston. So what I may do is I may just go to that Mexican restaurant there in Marlin, Texas, and get him a get them the most expensive gift certificate they got, if they got something like that, and just mail it to them. I'm sure he'd greatly appreciate it.
I would certainly think. He gets over to Texas quite often, right?
Oh, he does. Like I said, I hadn't heard from him this week so far. Have you?
No, not this week. No, it's been last week since we heard from him. Correct.
Yeah, so I'm and then what the Lone Ranger was talking about, him being, getting movie-tized, or, being a TV icon somewhere, getting filmed. Maybe he's just going to be a little silent on that until something happens and we all figure out what it is. So, but if you've read his book, I mean, his life is an interesting life, and reading that book about his life is just like listening to him talk. I mean, you could hear him talk while you're reading those words. So Grump did a real good job of being the editor, or whatever role he played. And I mean, what can you say? Gouger's lived it, and he's telling it, and he's living it. So, well, if Tex actually is getting hitched, Tex, I hope you have yourself wedded bliss for as long as it happens. And nothing but the best.
All I know is he had a first wife, and it's been 25 years ago, and supposedly Moose said he'd never get married again, but something's changed there. I don't know what it is, but something changed.
Well, I can tell you what it is when he took Panty Snatcher 1 out there at night and got a hold of them drawers hanging off the clothesline. That's probably who it is. We'll see.
There you go. All right.
All righty, Senor. You have yourself a good...
Have a good morning, Heat Wave. Thanks for checking in. Good night, because it's still Tuesday night there. Where's he at? Out in Idaho. Okay. Hey, talking earlier about... do you know what day a vehicle actually comes off the assembly line? Country Boy said, I ordered a new Ram 2500 in January of last year. Took possession in May of 21. And on the invoice, not the title or the window sticker, it did have that the date that it rolled off the assembly line was May the 11th, which was actually a Tuesday. So far, so good. Okay, so it was actually on the invoice. Very interesting. Let's see. Scooter checks in this morning. Old High-Tech's a dumbass if he believes fentanyl is a boogeyman. The cartels are making that poison to look like Sweet Tarts and Smarties. Yeah, most people are poisoned by it because they're lacing everything with it these days. And few actually take it intentionally. This garbage is being pushed into the U.S. to destroy this country. Yeah, he needs to study up on the opium wars before he pops off. Yeah, to which, Pappy chimed in as well. That one caller that stated you can put some fentanyl on the table and it won't hurt you. I beg to differ. I had to take 2 deputies to the ER room when some fentanyl they pulled out of some dude's pocket and placed it on the hood of a cruiser. A gust of wind came up, kind of blew the fentanyl around. That was back when they were just starting to hear about fentanyl. They thought at the time it was crack or meth, but all they did was breathe in some dust particles. Started feeling funny. Most of the fentanyl deaths are because the takers don't know there's actually fentanyl in it. Just saying. I remember last year I shared the story about my Uncle Fred had a best friend, co-worker, the captain who had several jobs at the time, but he had purchased, I can't recall whether it was, he thought what was a hydrocodone or something along that line. He purchased from some dude at the Chipotle restaurant that he worked at. And actually, it was laced with fentanyl. That one pill, he had no idea he was taking it. The medics worked on him for I don't know, like Sounded like they worked on him for an hour. They did the Narcan. They did everything they could to bring him back. But again, personal relationship there. Someone I knew well. Actually, an individual that did a lot of the work between the captain and my uncle. They're the ones that pretty much built the secret bunker that I'm sitting in right now. They did all this. So yeah, he had no idea what he was taking there. Thought it was something else. They are lacing all kinds. So in other words, if you're going to purchase any sort of a drug from a friend or an acquaintance, and you're not getting it from the pharmacy, you don't know what it actually is these days. All right, we'll get a quick time out here. 5-7 on board. We'll get to, hey, Mike, and so many others coming up here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
After all these years, someone posted a meme here a few minutes ago. So I pulled that back up. It's a photograph of none other than Pete Rose with the caption, "Really? Yeah, what the blank? WTF?" With the news this past day, they're putting a sports book, which is an establishment that takes bets on sporting events. For those that didn't know, like me, LOL, in Great American Ballpark. Now they need to put in Pete in the Hall of Fame. I guess it's the ultimate irony. See, there's really not a comparison. There's nothing illegal in where it's legalized for fans, anyone to bet on sporting events. The Pete Rose thing was he was in the game. The rules strictly prohibited his wagering on baseball. And I've understood the whole argument that he never bet against his team. He would never do anything to put someone in or pull a pitcher or to lose a game. He was wagering for his team to win. So obviously you would always be doing everything you possibly could to have your team win. I get that argument. But yeah, the headline, Cincinnati ahead of the start of legalized sports betting in the state of Ohio. The Cincinnati Reds now have an official betting partner. BetMGM has announced a multi-year partnership with the Reds, which includes plans to open a sports book inside Great American Ballpark. The Reds say the sports book will occupy the space currently serving as the Machine Room Restaurant on the northeast side of GABP. The space will be accessible from outside the ticketed areas of the ballpark via the Arena Plaza level entrance and will allow fans to watch and place bets on games all year long. Great American Ballpark will be the second in-stadium BetMGM sportsbook to open at a Major League Ballpark stadium after Nationals Park in Washington opened theirs back in January. The club says BetMGM signage will be prominently featured throughout the ballpark. Yeah, a BetMGM branded suite and club seats and VIP experiences. In addition to its partnership with clubs like the Reds and the Nationals, BetMGM is also the official betting partner of Major League Baseball, becoming the first ever official gaming partner in 2018. Ah, yes, the irony, betting on baseball, right? What do you say, 5-7? Good morning.
Oh, too much when I get started. These most people say. Yeah, I just passed a sign that said Little Whiskey, 37 miles. I go right through Little Whiskey to get to Jessup. But tonight I'm heading over towards Lumber City. We won't see it. Along with chain, I appreciate you bringing that up about you're doing chain inspections. Along with the chain, your weather reports, I've heard you also include, rock slides, sections of highways shut down. All this stuff is included in your weather reports. And local, I'm not trashing any local radio stations. I just hopefully understand where this is coming from, man. This radio program goes way back to your daddy and call in and all this stuff, reports. Lord, I remember standing out in a blizzard in West Virginia, up there at Green Bank, and I, for the life of me, can't remember what I was wanting to tell your daddy. But here I am standing out there in a phone that's hanging on a pole in a blizzard, and I looked like a nice road trucker, man. My beard was froze, my mustache was froze. I was holding on that 800 phone line, and by the time that your daddy answered the phone, I was so cold in my mouth, and all I could do was, I was chattering. I was so cold. But man, this modern day where we could just sit here and make that quick phone call, that is so fantastic. And not to mention, poor old Heat Wave at one time told me he left Albuquerque, New Mexico in 80-degree weather. And next thing you know, he's up in Denver, wearing that yellow shirt, Bermuda shorts, and his sandals in the blizzard, slinging chains on, So, of course, it seems like them yellow freighters and UPSers don't seem to wear pants. But that's I ain't going to investigate that part. But I mean, we don't stay in we don't stay in a 100-mile area of wherever that radio station is. We travel a lot and appreciate these information updates. I was hearing top of the news, just want to make a notification. They said there's the greater distance between the haves and the have-nots are in liberal states. But it's going to get worse because the middle class has been you're either making it to the big money, or you're being pushed into the poor, or you're packing up and leaving. People bought the house next to me here in South Carolina, and they're from Long Island, New York. You just can't overtax people so much. They're not just going to sit there and watch your wealth go to the government, be passed out. And also now, you're sitting there every day watching on the news where they're just yanking people out of their cars. There's just the insanity of it all. We've got a few weeks. That's how we fight. That's how we battle. Truth of the matter is, I think, Sean Hannity may tell the number of the people, Christians, evangelic Christians, that did not vote last election. Guys, you better vote or you won't be allowed to practice your faith. I posted on your page, they showed the FBI picking up this pastor, I guess, had a pro-life group. He didn't get charged. He didn't get a ticket for anything wrongdoing at the abortion clinic. But the federal government decided to come in and charge him, threaten him 11 years. A pastor with 8 children, threatening him with 11 years for the crime. Also, there was a 89-year-old woman that was setting and blocking the door. All right, she's a survivor from the Holocaust, and the 2 policemen grabbed her up, slapped the cuffs on the back, and roughed her up a good bit. They're stirring this up, trying to get the Democrats to come out and vote over this right to kill babies. So don't let anger get in your heart to anybody, but definitely get in there, use your head, get out and vote. That's the only way we can fight in this country right now. And
right.
God forbid, if we don't fight with the vote, I forget who said it, but it's the truth. You can vote in socialism, but you have to shoot your way out.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Other than that, we're going to just sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the drive on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. 10-4, over now.
All right, thank you. 5-7 on board. Have a great morning. It is 844-3388. Let's see. DeRanger, I believe that is. Yes, it is. I want to congratulate Hillbilly. And I've sent him a check as a wedding present. I hope others do the same. Send what you can, money or gift cards. I hope to see y'all in Lenore City this weekend. So there you go. DeRanger going to be there. Yeah, okay, there you go. Congratulations, Hillbilly Tex. Again, I thought it was all a joke up until this past morning. I really did. I was just kind of going along for the ride. Yeah, they've done these things before, you know. Let's see, one other quickie from Country Boy. Steve, if you'll recall, do you recall when Joe Biden called the Saudis pariah, a pariah state, over the killing of the journalist Khashoggi, I believe was his name. Remember that when he was campaigning for president? Well, I would submit, I believe, they do not forgive and forget in Middle East countries. I think you're probably spot on there. Thank you, Country Boy. News break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Biden administration appears to be rapidly shifting its rhetoric about relations with Saudi Arabia. It's indicating a willingness to reassess what is considered a strategic partnership with the Gulf nation in the wake of oil prices and threats posed by Iran. Ned Price with the State Department.
There are security challenges, some of which emanate from Iran. We won't take our eye off the threat that Iran poses, not only to the region, but in some ways beyond.
The Los Angeles City Council president is resigning from the role after making racist remarks about a fellow member. Nuri Martinez's resignation came a day after a 2021 recording was leaked where she can be heard making racist remarks about another council member's black son. Martinez says she takes responsibility. This is USA Radio News.
Attention sports fans. Your favorite sportsbook, BetUS.com, is back for their 28th year of NFL action. With the industry's biggest sign-up bonus of up to 200%, BetUS offers their members the opportunity to cash in on all their favorite leagues, including the NFL, NBA, MLB, and more. They've also got hundreds of new casino games. including the coolest European slots. And live dealers are waiting for you at the tables. You need a sports book with integrity and longevity. And you need to know that you're going to get paid. You need a sports book that offers everything, including live betting, MMA, golf, horses, esports, and all kinds of crazy bets. Call BetUS today at 1-800-79-BET-US. That's 1-800-79-BET-US. And they'll walk you through setting up an account. Nobody in the industry gives better bonuses than BetUS. Join now and use promo code COLLEGEFOOTBALL and get up to 200% in bonuses on your first deposit. That's promo code COLLEGEFOOTBALL for up to 200% in bonuses. Head to BetUS.com and join today. That's BetUS.com. BetUS, where the game begins.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Lots to cover as we roll into a Wednesday. What day is it? What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Oh, I guess we got to start out the day. Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
There you go. It's deja vu. It's hump day. There you go. All over again.
There you go. So, anyway, I don't know. What do we got going here today? So, this Tabby Gifford.
Tulsi Gabbard.
What's her name?
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah. Now, is she the one that was shot by that guy out there and was married to the NASA astronaut?
No, that was somebody else. That was a different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was just wondering there. So, anyways, good to see that she came to see the light though and see what's going on. So let's see here. What do we got? Ranger, he started talking about fuel prices and stuff. So Monday, I'm getting off my York exit there, and on the east side of the highway, I got a fuel price of $4.99 a gallon at the Sheets on the east side of the highway, and $5.29 or $5.39, I believe, I think it was $5.39 at the Rudders on the west side of the highway. So difference of 40 cents a gallon from one side of the highway to the other. Then it goes to, I wasn't up here yesterday, so today I get up here. The Sheets is at $5.39 there on the east side of the highway, and the Rudders is up to $5.59. So the Sheets went up in 2 days 40 cents a gallon, and the Rudders went up in 2 days 20 cents a gallon.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Is there that much difference in the price of the fuel these two stations are getting? That, I mean, Monday they're 40 cents a difference change. Now they're 20 cents different change, but one's gone up 20 cents and the other one's gone up 40 cents. I don't know. Just kind of confusing there. So, anyways, I don't know what else we got going for you. That was kind of an interesting thing. This fentanyl deal. Now the fentanyl comes from China originally, right? Isn't it all manufactured in China? It comes to the drug cartels from China.
It's the base ingredients, the base chemicals that they ship that to Mexico. Then the cartels, I guess, have their facilities that stamp it into pill form or make it into the whatever the smarty looking, candy looking things, whatever they actually make it there in Mexico.
Okay, and then my next question is why is it that an industry that's trying to sell a product that's actually lethal, why do they sell it in lethal doses to their customers to kill their customers so they have less customers to buy their product?
Because you want I mean, in the drug biz, you want them to come back for more. That's always been the rule of thumb. But
well, if they're dead, they're not coming back.
They're not coming back. Yeah.
So that's what I don't understand. That's the whole point that just kind of boggles the mind. But anyway, so the other thing I guess Ranger was talking about there, our vice president there was saying how the marijuana there, the old Mary Jane, doesn't need to be illegal anymore. Last night on the NBC News, as I say, we usually have the TV on in the background, and every now and then I just happen to turn around and catch something they say. So on the NBC News out there in that communist state of California there, the land of fruits and nuts we call them, they are cracking down on the illegal marijuana growing people out there because of the human trafficking issue. They have so many human trafficked people out there being forced to be
work the
illegal
fields.
Marijuana farmers that now they're going to crack down. Why do they need to crack down on the illegal marijuana farming if it's going to be legal?
Because there's big money involved. Hey, it's a money biz. They want there's taxes on that. Their legal marijuana sales. They don't want the illegal sales competing with them.
Oh, so legal marijuana is okay, but illegal marijuana is not okay, even though it does. Yeah.
Somebody said, follow the money. Follow the money.
Absolutely. And that was my point. So, anyways, well, I guess that's about all we got going for you there. So, other than that, I guess we're looking forward to rain here and seeing what's coming up.
All right, you're going to be headed down to Lenoir City, Tennessee to catch the nuptials this weekend?
No, I probably won't be, but now I do have a question. Did this whole thing end up being like a Prince Charming Cinderella type story? Did Tex, did he take that pair of granny panties he snatched off a clothesline and see who fit the granny panties, or like the glass slipper, or how does this all work?
I've got to get the rest of the story here. Yeah, I'm in the dark as much as everybody else. Okay. Couple from the email bag, though. Speaking of Hillbilly Tex and the wedding there. Hello, Steve. We're thrilled and just absolutely elated for Hillbilly Tex and his future bride-to-be. We've loaded up the schoolie and will be in Lenore City, Tennessee Friday night. And we're looking forward to seeing the nuptials live and in person. We're going to bring a nice donation to help fund the honeymoon. Yeah, thanks for reminding us, Deranger. That's from Frank and Cassie. I apologize, Cassie. I've been calling you Casey. Cassie. It's Cassie. Moose corrected me on that yesterday, by the way. So Frank and Cassie are going to be there. And got a follow-up email from the traveling preacher, a.k.a. Dave. Yeah, Pastor Dave, as he refers to himself. Steve, just wondering who will be officiating Tex's wedding. I'm planning on attending and would be honored to offer my services. Yeah, Pastor Dave, it's none other than the Big Moose himself. If I understand correctly, will be officiating the vows there in Lenore City this weekend, but I'm sure they'll be happy to have you in attendance. All right, plenty of room for you. We've almost cleared the lines out at 844-844-3388. James, what's going on this morning?
Hey, good morning. Happy hump day. How are you?
Doing all right. How's your week going?
Pretty good so far. So far, so good. So Biden and Saudi Arabia, haven't they said that Biden's been wrong on every foreign policy decision in 50 years?
Pretty much, yeah.
So another thing about the Mississippi River, at the risk of sounding like a DA, I haven't looked it up or anything. Isn't there a dam somewhere where they crack open and let some water out?
I don't know if they've got, like locks or something, you mean, or...
Right. It just, flows some more water down the river. But what I caught about, I guess Friday, Biden signed some executive order making it easier for the alphabet agencies to spy on American citizens. He rolled back some, even Obama had some kind of restrictions on it where they could only do so much, but Biden rolled that back too. And just, wanted to throw that out there for everyone to keep in mind, I reckon. I sent you the story sometime this past afternoon, but that was all I had on my mind right now anyway.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I appreciate you checking in this morning, James.
All righty. We'll talk at you later.
And I was doing a quick search since you asked the question. How many dams are on the Mississippi River? 29 locks and dams. Barges and their tows move approximately 175 million tons of freight each year up the Mississippi River through that system of 29 locks and dams. Now, the next question, or the follow-up to that, locks and dams on the Mississippi were not built for flood control or to eliminate all the low spots caused by shoaling on the riverbed, the buildup of sediment that would cause a hazard to navigation. I guess that's with the river level that got down to where it was. That's that they had to go out last weekend and they were doing the dredging operations. So at least at the moment, they've got the traffic moving, again, one direction at a time. And they do not have two-way traffic. So, all right, it is 844-844-3388. So we've cleared things out. Wide open lines here on a Wednesday morning. For months and months, actually for years, we can go all the way back to the California law, the AB 5, as it was referred to. They had the injunction from the court to exclude the trucking industry from being included in that for several years until I guess the Supreme Court opted not to take up the case of the lower court, but it's doing that, all that background on the AB5. I guess this kind of falls into what's going on with that. As arguments over worker classification laws continue to fester in California, the Department of Labor has announced a proposal to update how it determines whether a worker is an employee or an independent contractor. A notice of proposed rulemaking is scheduled to be published in the Federal Register this Thursday, tomorrow, the 13th. This proposal uses an economic reality test that analyzes a variety of factors to determine a worker's status. It also returns to a totality of the circumstances analysis in which the economic reality factors are not assigned some predetermined weight, and each factor is given full consideration. They believe that this proposal, if finalized, will provide more consistent guidance to employers as they determine whether workers are economically dependent on the employer for work or are in a business for themselves, as well as useful guidance to workers on whether they're correctly classified as employees or independent contractors. Like I said, essentially addressing exactly what this AB5 in California is all about. Accordingly, the department believes this proposal will help protect workers from misclassification, while at the same time recognizing that independent contractors serve an important role in our economy, providing a consistent approach to those businesses that engage independent contractors. Worker classification has been a hot topic, with a lot of controversy surrounding the California adoption of the ABC test, a part of AB5 back in 2019. California lawmakers passed AB5, which codified the ABC test into law. Opponents in the trucking industry contend that law destroys the owner-operator model. The California Trucking Association and OOIDA continue to fight that law in the courts. The Labor Department's proposal does not use the ABC test's restrictive three-pronged approach. It's taking a different route. So once this is published in the Federal Register, again, coming up on Thursday, sounds like the kind of thing many may want to comment on, right? A 45-day comment period will begin once the notice is published in the Federal Register this Thursday. Once that happens, the public can comment by going to the regulations.gov website. And they've actually got a number here. That's, you go to regulations.gov, you'll enter the word, the code, RIN. They've got it all in capital letters. I don't know if that's significant or not, but R is in Roy, I is in Indian, and N is in nurse, dash, which you do have to have the dash. 1235 dash AA43. So RIN dash 1235 dash AA43 to make those public comments starting Thursday once that officially is published. It sounds like they're trying to get ahead. The AB5 in California, there are those looking to kind of codify that on a federal level across the board. What kind of impact would that have on the owner-operators nationally as they continue to fight it there in the state of California? It sounds like they're heading in the right direction. If I had to wager, I guess myself. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Wednesday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That's another kind of, I guess I'd call it kind of a hot button issue right now. Recent years, you continue to hear more and more the term woke. And in many cases, you go woke, you go broke. You've heard that. The woke mentality. How about the military? While President Biden's Secretary of the Army has defended what they call their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, the DEI programs, saying it's important. Just this week, she said that several current and former members of the U.S. military, we're talking individuals who've put their lives on the line to ensure America's security and defend our freedoms, are sounding the alarm over what they call a culture that is putting wokeness before training and combat effectiveness. Now, these service members, some of whom actually served with Special Operation Forces in Iraq and Afghanistan, blaming this culture for the recruiting challenges that we've been discussing as of late. The recruiting challenges are at levels we have not seen since we transitioned to an all-volunteer force in this country. It's never been this bad. One service member tells Fox News Digital, the military is extremely woke. I do perceive the leadership as woke and probably the lower enlisted because they've been indoctrinated in school. According to another, equity, diversity, that's another way to divide and control the masses. It does nothing for the warfighter. Now, the Secretary of the Army said, quote, we get criticized, frankly, sometimes for being woke. This was on a discussion earlier this week with other military leaders on national security, the branch's modernization efforts. I'm not sure what woke means. I think woke means a lot of different things to different people, she says. But first of all, if woke means we're not focused on warfighting, we're not focused on readiness, well, that does not reflect what I see at installations all around the country or overseas when I go and visit. These service members who remained anonymous so they could speak freely almost universally shared the same sentiment. Many of them noting senior members who speak out on the issue risk their career or their retirement pensions for speaking out. To simply question the goals or the methods that they use to promote this equity and diversity is punished. And that punishment is swift, harsh, and public, says one service member. I 100% believe the military is woke. I see daily minorities, overweight people, women not adhering to military standards. Nobody corrects them due to the fear of being fired and labeled as a racist or sexist. We have a wide range of soldiers in our Army, and we've got to make them all feel included, according to the Army Secretary. That's why a lot of our diversity, equity, and inclusion programs are important, she says. Now, another service member pointed to the COVID policies, noting the vaccine mandate has forced many members in good standing into difficult decisions. Most of us who serve did so because we came from military families, patriotism, American values. That's no longer appreciated or expected, according to one service member. Troops themselves are largely treated as expendable. They don't even pretend otherwise. Spending 15 plus years in the military during wartime with multiple deployments, risking their lives only to be tossed out like garbage, losing the retirement they've worked years to earn because they didn't want to take the vaccine. Now, the military's been facing a recruitment crisis. We've discussed this several times in recent days. The Army failing to meet their recruiting goal this year by 15,000 soldiers. The Marines, the Air Force, the Navy, they all digging deep into the pool of delayed entry program candidates to just scratch by this year. But they're going to be way behind pace to meet their goals next year due to that. Digging into those delayed entry candidates. Now, a matter of fact, soldiers are leaving the Army National Guard at the same time at a faster rate than they're actually enlisting. Just adding to the concerns that in the coming years, these units around the country are not going to be able to meet military requirements for overseas and other deployments. I've got more to this story. And when I come back, Bongino shared a couple of recruitment videos. One was a Russian recruitment video. The other was a United States recruitment video. You got to listen to the audio of this, which we'll get to when we come back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Biden administration appears to be rapidly shifting its rhetoric about relations with Saudi Arabia. It's indicating a willingness to reassess what is considered a strategic partnership with the Gulf nation in the wake of oil prices and threats posed by Iran. Ned Price with the State Department.
There are security challenges, some of which emanate from Iran. We won't take our eye off the threat that Iran poses, not only to the region, but in some ways beyond.
China is making demands to Elon Musk.
Elon Musk revealed that the Chinese Communist government has asked him directly to withhold Starlink internet access from the Chinese people. Elon said Beijing has made it clear its disapproval of recent rollouts of Starlink in Ukraine and sought assurances he would not sell Starlink access in China. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Trafalgar Group pollster Robert Cahaly says he believes Republican voters will be undercounted ahead of the 2022 midterm elections as they were to an infamous degree in 2016. Cahaly said those voters aren't answering polls, aren't putting stickers on their cars, aren't displaying signs in their yards, or posting on social media. Cahaly said they're not saying a word until Election Day. The Los Angeles City Council president is resigning from the role after making racist remarks about a fellow member. Nury Martinez's resignation came a day after a 2021 recording was leaked where she can be heard making racist remarks about another council member's black son. Martinez, who will remain a member of the council, apologized in a statement saying she takes responsibility for what she said. And Wall Street ended mostly lower on Tuesday after another up and down day. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Former presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard jumped ship from the Democrat Party on Tuesday, and another former Democrat says he can relate. Dick Morris, a former advisor to Presidents Clinton and Trump, spoke to Newsmax about his exodus from the Democrat Party.
Reagan and Trump and me, for example, all started off as Democrats, and then we shifted. But we didn't shift. The party shifted under our feet. And the party of JFK, the party of Bill Clinton, actually, is really now more the Republican Party than the Democrats.
Meanwhile, the midterm elections are 4 weeks from Tuesday. Some pundits are speculating it will be a red wave, meaning Republicans will walk away with major wins as many in the Democrat Party try to distance themselves from President Joe Biden and his disastrous policies. In related news, some 1.6 million voters in Michigan have requested absentee ballots, and 150,000 have already cast ballots for the general election. A now former San Antonio police officer has been charged for shooting and gravely wounding a teen eating a hamburger in his car in a McDonald's parking lot. An attorney says 17-year-old Eric Cantu remains hospitalized in critical condition. 25-year-old James Bernand was charged Tuesday with 2 counts of aggravated assault. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. So we crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome in to a Wednesday. There you go. Hump Day. Hey, Mike. Good to have you on board. Hope your week's going well. And, of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, generators, collector cars, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system, so make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And don't forget, you can get 15% off your entire order of Sta-Bil or other products via goldeagle.com. The makers of Sta-Bil. Overnight Drive is the coupon code at checkout there. And so we left off talking about the woke military. Now, the Secretary of the Army trying to defend some of these equity and inclusion programs. It's necessary in this day and age, right? We shared all that. Is the wokeness of the military, here's the question, is that the primary contributor to why the branches are struggling to meet their recruitment. Why in this day and age? Why are so many not having any interest in joining the military? Questions we all honestly want answers to. Now, I also shared that the Army National Guard all around the country, they're losing members faster than they're enlisting members. As that continues over time, we're falling further and further behind. We'll delve a bit more into that coming up. Bongino, as I mentioned, Bongino, day before yesterday, I believe, was talking about this. And he said, just take a listen to the difference in a recruitment ad for the Russian military versus this brilliant idea that some apparently in the United States felt would be a useful, intriguing recruitment tool to join the United States military.
About to show you one of the most disgraceful side-by-sides you've ever seen in your life. Hat Tip Gee picked this out this morning. I'm going to play for you a video. The video first is a Russian recruiting video for their military, followed up by a recruiting video our Department of Defense thought was a great idea for our military. Folks, you can hear it on audio. Obviously, the beginning's in Russian. So if you're listening on radio to the show, just know this. It is a rough and tumble video showing some serious Russian operators getting ready to do violence like that. And then you'll hear our recruiting video, in English, obviously, after that. Check this out.
Твоей новой жизни. Что ты знаешь о себе? На что ты способен? Вопросы могут остаться без ответов, но разве ты сумел знать себя? Познать границы своих возможностей? К черту границы! А без боя нет победы. Но на самом деле, главный враг – это задача выследить врага.
They're locking and loading. They're paratrooping.
It begins in California.
And then this.
With a little girl raised by two moms. I also marched for equality. I like to think I've been defending freedom from an early age. To marry my other mom. With such powerful role models, I finished high school at the top of my class. And after meeting with an Army recruiter, I found it. A way to prove my inner strength. I'm U.S. Army Corporal Emma Malone Lord, and I answered my call.
I've got goosebumps now for all the wrong reasons. It's not for the reasons you think. It's because emotional self-control in a situation like this is key, or you're going to lose the message and the screaming and the yelling. You know, when I went over to Bagram Air Base in my prior line of work, I was doing it in advance for Barack Obama in Afghanistan. Bagram's in Afghanistan for the liberals listening. I will never forget, they brought in a Delta Force operator, and he was going to get, I believe he was going to get the Purple Heart from President Obama. They brought him in personally so he could do it right there in Bagram, which was nice for him to do that. I don't care if he was a Democrat or Republican president. Honoring our heroes in the military is not a political issue. But the Delta guy came in, the Delta operator, forgive me. He came in, and he was talking to me, and the military advance was a Navy SEAL, and the staff advance from the White House, who was, not my kind of guy. And the staff advance looks at me, and the Delta operator comes in, and he has his rifle, his pistol, his sidearm. He's ready. He's geared up. He's ready to go do what our Delta operators do, be heroes and kill bad guys. He's not there on a job interview. Folks, have you ever seen that stare? That stone cold stare? Listen, after, well over 15 years of my life in law enforcement, dealing with intelligence operators, military folks, SWAT operators, police officers, you get used to that stare. This Delta operator was not to be toyed with. Stared right through me. I don't mean it in a mean way. I mean in an AB way. This man was all business. And I'll never forget the White House staffer, who was a liberal. Again, alternate universe, where we can do promo videos talking about equality marches rather than promoting people and the lethality of our military. The staffer looks at me and says, hey, he can't go in there with President Obama with his rifle and pistol on. I said, really? You going to tell him that? True story. He looks at the aide, the military aide. Let's call him Mike. And says, hey, Mike, you need to tell him. Mike looks at him, says the same thing. You tell him. I was a Secret Service agent, the lead. I made that decision. We're not telling him anything. You don't trust this guy in front of the President of the United States with the rifle, then it's all for nothing. It doesn't matter. The whole country fall apart then if we can't trust our finest. He walked in there with his rifle and pistol and got his Purple Heart.
There you go. Long story short, though, you notice the campaign ad for the recruitment military in Russia versus the campaign ad. Who comes up with this stuff? Yeah, we marched, born with two moms, grew up with the family, two moms, and we marched for equality. And I grew out, growing up with such role models. I graduated high school at the top of my class, and I met with an Army recruiter, and I found my calling. Who in the hell are we trying to recruit to get on the ground, boots on the ground, down and dirty to defend this country? Which brings me back to the National Guard fleeing the service faster than they can bring new recruits in. Now, for our individual states, what does that mean? We rely on the Guard for a wide array of missions. Right now, they're in Florida following the disaster with Ian. This means they're falling short of their troop totals this year. While others may fare better, the losses, as many are facing a very active hurricane season at the moment, fires in the West, continued demand for units overseas, combat tours in Syria, training missions in Europe for nations worried about threats from Russia right now. According to officials, the number of soldiers retiring or leaving the Guard each month in the past year have exceeded those coming in, for a total annual loss of about 7,500 service members. Now, the problem, it's a combination of recruiting shortfalls and an increase in the number of soldiers who are opting not to re-enlist when their tour's up. But the losses reflect a broader personnel predicament across the board, the military. Again, they go into the numbers we've shared. The armed services struggling to meet their recruitment goals. Major General Rich Baldwin, Chief of Staff for the Army National Guard, said the current staffing challenges are the worst he has seen in the last 20 years. So far, though, the impact on Guard readiness is manageable, minimal and manageable, he says. However, if we don't solve this recruitment and retention challenge that we're facing right now, we will be seeing readiness issues related to strength emerging within our units within the next 2 to 3 years. What does that mean? Well, how about let's toss in another potential contributing factor. How many who otherwise might have thought of joining the military, but with the current situation, we still have a requirement of a vaccine mandate for the military. Well, matter of fact, rather than trying to bring people in, we're actually in the process of booting 20,000 service members, yet many of whom have served 10, 15, close to retirement time, who have refused to take the shot, and we're kicking them out. Anyone thought of what kind of impact that may be having on recruitment? How many otherwise who might be willing to join but will not do as those 20,000 who had been there, and many others who didn't want to but opted, rather than being kicked out of the service or being 2 years away from retirement and facing losing the retirement, went ahead and took the shot anyway. Right now, members of the Conservative Freedom Caucus are calling on leaders in the Republican Party to delay passage of the annual defense bill until after the new year, if the vaccine mandate is not lifted. According to the report from The Hill, speculation on a Republican majority after the midterms in either the House or the Senate could rework the legislation in January when control changes. Congressional Republicans still have the opportunity to stand in defense of our nation's military if we stand united, according to the group. Just as they did in July, the group continues, Democrats are going to need Republicans to vote to pass the NDAA. We're urging all Republicans to hold the line to force the Democrats to reverse the policies of President Biden, which is undermining our military and their combat readiness, starting with the vaccine mandate. Yesterday, the Senate began debate on the National Defense Authorization Act. Final vote is expected probably after the midterm elections. The Senate vote would then reconcile with the House version, which actually passed in June. That was a 329 to 101 vote. 39 Democrats and 62 Republicans voted against it. But in addition to the Freedom Caucus's opposition to the National Defense Authorization Act over the vaccine mandate, they also opposed the funding bill regarding the prioritization of diversity and inclusion over combat readiness. They made it a point in a list of one of the 4 demands regarding this Defense Authorization Act that a special instructor general should investigate the United States' involvement in Ukraine. 4 demands, they say. We must demand that the National Defense Authorization Act, number 1, fully repeals the vaccine mandate and allows service members involuntary discharge to be reinstated without penalty. Number 2, ends the contamination of our military by radical, woke ideologies and the prioritization of politics over combat readiness. Number 3, halts wasteful spending on Green New Deal pet climate projects. And lastly, establishes a special inspector general on U.S. involvement in Ukraine. Now, they say if those demands are not met, Republicans should delay passage of the funding bill to after the start of the next year, the next Congress, when they expect we will have a Republican majority that could comprehensively rework this Defense Authorization Act to serve our service members instead of the leftist political agendas. Don't know where that will go, but all right, it is 844-844-3388. A quick 2-minute timeout and we'll return. Plenty of room for you. Jump on in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Go back a little bit earlier. Mr. Q joined in here about 1:30 this morning, a couple hours ago, actually. Good to have you on board, Mr. Q. Let's see. Dave says, I'm at exit 81 off I-75. I don't see anybody ringing a cowbell or tipping any hats. What the hey, man? Yeah, Tex is actually snoozing this morning. Country Bumpkin checking in from Grand Haven, Michigan. Morning Overnight Drive family. We've got 64 rainy degrees at this hour. There's Rick Friend in Columbus on board there. Richard checks in from Central Florida, 78 degrees. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Matthew says, while the U.S. Army is focused on not hurting feelings and not enforcing AR 670-1, the Army uniform regulation, the enemy is training children to kill us. Yeah. It goes on to say, if my body joints were healthy and my wife wanted me to stay, I'd still be in the Army. It's the brotherhood of the infantry that I miss so much. To which I'll just say, well, Matthew, thank you for your service while you were there, at whatever point in time it was. Norm checked back in from Kansas. The storms have moved out. I-70 getting pounded, though, in central Kansas tonight. So heads up there. Hey, we're about a minute before news break here. Horse Feathers is on board. He had one more thing to share. And, of course, then wide open lines. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Remember a few weeks back when we did that test, we're going to crash this spacecraft into an asteroid, but it'll take a little bit of time to determine whether it was actually successful in its mission to change the trajectory of the asteroid Dimorphos back on September the 26th. Well, it appears the data is coming in. The DART mission, a full-scale demonstration of deflection technology, the world's first, conducted on behalf of planetary defense, they say. Also the first time that humanity intentionally changed the motion of a celestial object in space. In other words, it was successful. Give you more on that from what NASA had to say this past day. Pretty interesting stuff. And again, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. First, let's get a news break as we roll into Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You USA Radio News.
The Biden administration appears to be rapidly shifting its rhetoric about relations with Saudi Arabia. It's indicating a willingness to reassess what is considered a strategic partnership with the Gulf nation in the wake of oil prices and threats posed by Iran. Ned Price with the State Department.
There are security challenges, some of which emanate from Iran. We won't take our eye off the threat that Iran poses, not only to the region, but in some ways beyond.
The Los Angeles City Council president is resigning from the role after making racist remarks about a fellow member. Nury Martinez's resignation came a day after a 2021 recording was leaked where she can be heard making racist remarks about another council member's black son. Martinez says she takes responsibility. This is USA Radio News.
Attention sports fans. Your favorite sportsbook, BetUS.com, is back for their 28th year of NFL action. With the industry's biggest sign-up bonus of up to 200%, BetUS offers their members the opportunity to cash in on all their favorite leagues, including the NFL, NBA, MLB, and more. They've also got hundreds of new casino games, including the coolest European slots. And live dealers are waiting for you at the tables. You need a sportsbook with integrity and longevity. And you need to know that you're going to get paid. You need a sportsbook that offers everything, including live betting, MMA, golf, horses, esports, and all kinds of crazy bets. Call BetUS today at 1-800-79-BET-US. That's 1-800-79-BET-US. And they'll walk you through setting up an account. Nobody in the industry gives better bonuses than BetUS. Join now and use promo code COLLEGEFOOTBALL and get up to 200% in bonuses on your first deposit. That's promo code COLLEGEFOOTBALL for up to 200% in bonuses. Head to BetUS.com and join today. That's BetUS.com. BetUS, where the game begins.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, where we leave off there. Lines available on a Wednesday, hump day, 844-844-3388. From the email bag, by the way, email steve@hotshotsecret.com. Very simple. Got an email from Margaret. Good morning, Steve. My husband and I were lucky enough to find round-trip airline tickets from Indianapolis to Knoxville, so we can also attend Texas wedding Saturday. Yeah, we're so happy for him. I just wish Daddy, a.k.a. Possum Breath, was still here to celebrate with us. Hope to see everyone there. Can't wait to enjoy wonderful fellowship with wonderful friends. So, yeah, Possum Breath's daughter there, right? Margaret, going to be there as well. Moose made it sound like they're going to pack that place out. Billy the Kid checks in. Morning, Steve. It's been kind of a rough week with all the rehabilitation going through. It's going to be a long, long process. Unfortunately, I won't be able to attend Texas wedding, but I will be sending Benjamin Franklin and some of his identical twin brothers. Hope everything's well with you. Wishing all the best for Hillbilly Tex and his prospective bride. We will talk soon. Thank you very much, Billy the Kid. So, yeah, more and more people on board. Maybe they will pack that place out. Or is it Calhoun's in Lenore City, Tennessee? All right, Horse Feathers, welcome back.
Oh, thanks, John. Yeah, so the other thing I was thinking about there with the oil problem we got going on with the Saudi Arabian net, wouldn't it be the best thing that our president could do if he wanted to get back at them would be to say, hey, oil's open in the United States. All you oil people, you have, we'll cut all the problems here, all the red tape. 5 years, no problems. Just come on in and drill. And all these people that are trying to get leases, just say, you got 10 years on a lease, no problem. Nobody will ask you for the next 10 years. Just come on in here and drill. Bring some oil onto the surface. Get it up on top of the ground here and start using our oil again.
Drill, baby, drill.
Maybe even there you go. Maybe even get that pipeline in operation. You're talking about the Mississippi River and fuel and petroleum going to have to start moving some other way other than barges. So, well, that's pipelines, and pipelines are about running to capacity right now. There isn't a lot of extra space in the pipelines, so that's an issue there. And then you don't have a lot of extra trucks. It comes this time of year, all the trucks are working on doing the deliveries to all the home heating people, and there isn't extra trucks to run bulk product around the countryside. So there is an issue, but
everything you're alluding to, though, would be commonsensical, yeah, because we have the resources here, right on our own soil. We were at one point energy independent, but there's this agenda. There's this thing called the green agenda. We have to stick to our guns and maintain the path to renewable energy, Horse Feathers. We can't go the direction of fossil fuels. We refuse to go backwards.
I know. But I just thought I'd point out there that we have the ability to do it. But wouldn't that be the biggest slap in the Saudis' face is to say we don't need you instead of saying, we're not going to help take care of you anymore, that, we just don't need you anymore. But anyways there, and then you're talking about this woke stuff. Did you happen to catch this deal here that Gina Davis is out here got all these problems with people she's worked with. I guess Bill Murray. She had an issue with Bill Murray there like 30-some years ago or something that she's bringing up now and is a problem.
Really?
How long ago is there any expiration on this woke problem? I mean, when you have the issue, does it expire? Apparently, something that happened, 50, 60, 70 years ago is still fair game. I guess there's no,
statute of limitations.
Statute of limitations, yeah. So anyways, but with all that, we'll let you go and chew on that a little bit, and you know the drill there. You know what you got to do. You go look for an intelligent caller, right?
Okay. Hey, we could use one of those right about now. It is 844-844-3388. Philip hadn't checked in this morning. Hope Philip's all right. He normally checks in by now. Yeah, typically, if he doesn't, he's under the weather or something. Yeah, still haven't heard back from our old pal Wheelchair Dave in a while. Hope he's okay. But speaking of, we have our own resources. Earlier this week, former California Congressman Devin Nunes said Saudi Arabia doesn't see us as a reliable partner at this point. That's why they're backing these massive cuts to oil production. And until green energy delivers, you gotta go with what works. We're not there with windmills and solar panels. They saw what happened after 40, 50 years of working closely with the United States, what the Democratic Socialist Party did in this country. And I think the Saudis want nothing to do with it. If you're Saudi Arabian government, they don't see the United States as a reliable partner at this point. So they're like, hey, we're going to do what's best for us. Screw you. Yeah, the Democrats and Joe Biden specifically were very critical of the Saudi regime in the past, as we mentioned earlier. There's dictators all around the world. They're bad. They do a lot of bad things. But we've had a great relationship with the Saudi kingdom for decades. For the Democrats to demagogue them and attack them over and over and over again, then all of a sudden they decide to implement their climate hysteria, worship the green gods, and essentially shut down our pipelines, our construction for oil and gas. We shut down new drilling and miraculously believed we're going to import enough windmills and solar panels from China to solve the problem. When it doesn't work, where do we end up? We run back over to Saudi Arabia. Now, in my home state of California, the Democrats' green energy agenda is not delivering as anticipated. We put so many solar panels. See, but when the sun goes down, we don't have enough power. We found that out earlier this year, just a month ago or so. Plus, I think we're the highest price in the country for electricity. Since we've been investing in the so-called green energy, all that's happened is electricity prices have tripled or quadrupled in some cases in the state of California. I think Republicans, conservatives have been for all of the above kind of strategy in their mind. But we rely on what is most important, and that is until there truly is enough green energy that works, you've got to go with what works. I mean, we were a net exporter of energy under the Trump administration. You have an oil pipeline that's setting up in Alaska that's running right now at like 15 or 20% of capacity. We're not even using it, even though it's one of the largest oil reserves in the country. If you remember, the Trump administration opened it up. The Biden administration shut it back down. These are all what you call self-inflicted wounds in this country. All right, so I guess we are really getting ready for a wedding.
Buddy, I tell you what, I just had to call in, Steve. I got Big Sexy on here. As you know, Big Sexy and me, we've really been spending a lot of time into orchestrating this thing and getting everything lined up. And we just want to thank everybody for the huge outpouring of support, not only for Tex and the future Mrs. Parks, but also for me and Big Sexy. I mean, they people calling us, asking us, you know, what they can do, and you know, and it's been a wonderful display of generosity and support from our friends all across the country and Canada. We have really just kind of taken aback and blown away by the outcry of people who not only want to get involved, but who actually want to support Tex and the future Mrs. Parks and their new venture on life. And it's just it's really been a humbling experience. And I know I was speaking for myself. I'm proud to be a part of it. Big Sexy, what do you got, buddy?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just taken back by how people being. I know Tex. He really appreciates this. He's so choked up he can't even talk about it. He really appreciates what the people taking to this.
Well, all the emails I've been getting this morning, I mean, people there, a lot of folks going to be heading that direction. Pappy mentioned earlier he's contemplating, I guess, maybe making the run down there.
Well, Steve, right now, tentatively speaking, if everyone shows up from the emails that I've got personally and Big Sexy's got in his private email, and we were talking about this earlier tonight, if everybody shows up that has sent us an email, there's going to be approximately 250 people there for the wedding itself on Saturday.
How about that?
I think there'll be a little bit more than that, Moose, really.
Yeah, I think so, too. And I'm hoping that we're planning on giving them a record night over at Calhoun's there in Lenoir City, Tennessee, Friday evening. I mean, we're really going to put down some beer and barbecue there Friday night. I mean,
So do you have that? Is the place like reserved just for your wedding party, or how's that work out?
No, it's just going to be a big throwdown. We're just going to show up. I done called and told them, told them they said that they could accommodate us. The weather's supposed to be pretty fair. They've got al fresco dining, so I mean they got the outside, got the patios, and got inside. I mean it's. I guess we're just going to see how many we can stuff in there.
It's a shame you're going to miss all this, Steve. You really need to make the trip if you can.
Well, after all this time of thinking it was all a big joke until you clarified yesterday morning. I thought this whole thing about Tex, it was just a total joke. I didn't see Tex actually getting married.
Well, buddy, I'm going to tell you something. You know what the old song says, the little bitty teeny weeny thing they called the love bug?
Yeah.
That love bug done eat that boy plumb up. I mean, eat him up from the heels of his feet to the top of his head. He's just been eat up with the love bug.
And love's got a hold on him.
And I'm telling you, Steve, and I've noticed the difference in him. I've been around over here, Billy, a couple of years now, and he's been up the house, and you know, we've played some music. We went out when he come up for the New Year's parties and stuff, you know. So I've got to spend quite a bit of time with old Hillbilly, and I've noticed since the future Mrs. Parks has come into the picture, he got a little more spring in his step, and a little more glimmer in his eye, and I mean, he just really a changed man. I think this has really given him a second wind, and I tell you what, for one, I couldn't be more happy for the guy. I tell you, it's just, I think it's a wonderful thing, and I think it's just, one of those things that was meant to be, and he's really, I tell you what, I think it's taken 15 years off of him, Steve.
Oh, that'd be a good thing, right?
You can hear the sound of his voice when she's around and when she's not around. Oh, it's a world of difference.
How about that?
Yeah, when she's not around, he just and then when she walks through the door, buddy, it's like you're on the phone with Conway Twitty. Hello, darling. I'm telling you, it's a miracle. I mean, that girl got some kind of voodoo on him, but I'm telling you, buddy, it has changed him. And I tell you what, we just can't wait to get this underway, and can't thank everybody enough for the outpouring of support and well wishes, and just the thumbs up and go get 'ems, and we just. It's just been mind-boggling, but we're really looking forward to the weekend. Like I said, Big Sexy is going to come in Friday morning. I'm probably going to get down there late Thursday evening. I've got a few things I've got to tie up here on this end. I'll probably try to leave out of here by 3 or 4 o'clock Thursday, so that'll put me down there about 9:30 Thursday night, and I'm going to take the bus down. I got Randy's going to watch the critters for me, so I'm going to head down Thursday night. I talked to Frank and Cassie, and they're going to be heading that way too. And there is an RV park there, about 8 miles from where Tex is at there on the lake. I can't remember the name of the lake there now, but big lake. But they, I guess, have made some reservations, got us a spot where we can park the buses, so we're going to go down there and get set up. I'm planning on staying the weekend, and I think they are as well. So, but yeah, we're going to have us a big time, big blowout, and just keeping fingers crossed that everything goes well. You got anything else there, Big Sexy?
No, the only thing I got is, I forgot to tell you earlier, I think I may have it arranged to have my route covered Friday morning. I was going to run the route and then head out. I may have it covered, so I may just head down Thursday afternoon if I've got it covered. So I may be there Thursday night as well.
Well, that'll be even better, so we can get a handle on this. But anyway, Steve, we're going to get off here, let you move on to more interesting topics, man, different callers. So everybody keep a twitch of spotted and solid, sunny side up, greasy side down. Keep doing it to it like Pruitt used to do it to it. We are 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
All right, there you go. Over and out. Sound like they're big party, big celebration this weekend. I guess everybody's invited there. Yeah, Calhoun's in Lenore City, Tennessee. I did a quick Google search on that last evening. I guess there's a number of Calhoun's restaurant locations, but yeah, nice place. Barbecue, burgers, you name it. Appetizers, beer. So, everybody looking to have some fun. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we're just a few minutes before top of the hour news update, so I'll hold off on getting back to the calls here, but yeah, plenty of room for you. Got a full hour yet to come, so jump on in at 844-844-3388. The rest of the story, the double asteroid redirection test, according to NASA, was successful. How about that? Prior to impact, it took Dimorphos, the asteroid, 11 hours and 55 minutes to orbit its larger parent asteroid. Astronomers used ground-based telescopes to measure how Dimorphos' orbit changed after that impact. Now it takes Dimorphos 11 hours and 23 minutes to circle Didymos. Now, in my simple thinking, I said, well, that don't sound like a whole lot of trajectory change. It used to take 11 hours, 55 minutes. Now it's 11 hours, 23 minutes. The DART spacecraft changed the moonlet's asteroid orbit by 32 minutes. Initially, astronomers expected DART to be a success if it shortened the trajectory by 10 minutes. So they're pretty much triple that, 32 minutes. Now, all of us have a responsibility to protect our home planet. After all, that's the only one we have. According to NASA's Administrator Bill Nelson, this mission shows NASA's trying to be ready for whatever the universe throws at us. NASA has proven we're serious as a defender of the planet. But they're calling this a watershed moment for planetary defense and all humanity. Neither Dimorphos or Didymos pose a threat to the Earth, never did. But this was, they say it was the perfect target to test this deflection technology. For the first time ever, humanity has changed the orbit of a planetary object. As new data comes in every day, astronomers are going to be able to better assess whether and how a mission like DART might be able to be used in the future to help protect the Earth from a collision with an asteroid if we ever discover one that's headed at us. We continue to gather information every day, and the orbital measurements may become more precise in the future, but right now there's a little bit of uncertainty, plus or minus 2 minutes. But they did capture some new images of Dimorphos from the Hubble Space Telescope that shows the debris trail's comet-like tail has split into two. You're still trying to understand the significance of the split right now. All right. And they're also analyzing the amount of rock and dust debris that was blasted into space after the impact at, 14,000 miles per hour. All right, final hour coming up here is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. right, here we go. Time for your chance to win $1,000 cash. The $1,000 Driver Daily Bonus Giveaway. With TNCRadio.live and Hot Shot Secret. All right, you need a keyword. Here, our second keyword this Wednesday morning is dollar. Like a dollar bill. DOLLAR. Dollar. Go to TNCRadio.live or use the TNCRadio.live app in this nationwide contest. Enter that keyword dollar. They'll ask a couple questions, name. Most importantly, get that phone number in there, because every day at the high noon Eastern time, I believe it's Eastern time, they'll pull a name out of the hat and they'll make that phone call. If you don't answer the phone, they'll move on to the next name on the list. So pick up the phone. Get additional keywords coming your way. 10 o'clock a.m., 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern time today at tncradio.live. So again, the keyword is dollar. Coming up when we wrap things up right about an hour from now after the overnight drive. Stick around, TNCRadio.live. It's Shannon Courier with the Southern Route. Then stay tuned for Shelley Johnson and Kathy Tuccaro with Women Road Warriors. Finally coming up 7 a.m. Eastern time this morning. Don't miss Sarah Barnes-Humphrey, the latest thoughts, all things supply chain related. All three of those shows, by the way, are new additions this week. Available on TNCRadio.live's website, the app, Roku TV, Alexa, thousands of other devices. All right, good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret.
USA Radio News.
California's ongoing drought is expected to impact the prices of key crops, driving food inflation even higher for consumers. Those crops include tomatoes, garlic, and onions. Meanwhile, cattle farmers in California are also being forced to make some tough decisions. One farmer spoke to Fox News.
We're running about a third of the cattle we normally run on this ranch, and it's been dry here in California for several years now.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott isn't letting up on his policy to ship illegal immigrants coming into his state to sanctuary cities.
Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott is defending his illegal immigrant busing program as a way to decrease pressure on the border. More buses arrived in New York City this week, much to the chagrin of the mayor, who has issued an emergency declaration. Abbott wants the Biden administration to join Texas and designate Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations.
In the past year, there have been more than 2.2 million people crossing the border illegally.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
On Tuesday, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to decide whether fetuses are entitled to constitutional rights in light of its June ruling overturning the 1973 Roe v. Wade decision. The justices turned away an appeal by a Catholic group and two women of a lower court's ruling, holding that fetuses lack the proper legal standing to challenge a 2019 state law codifying the right to abortion in line with the Roe precedent. Angela Lansbury, a three-time Oscar nominee and five-time Tony Award winner who solved 12 seasons worth of crimes as Jessica Fletcher on Murder, She Wrote, has died. She was 96. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that's Medi-Share. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to Medi-Share, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network, so yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Children at a Pennsylvania daycare are recovering after a likely carbon monoxide poisoning on Tuesday. Lance Pry has the story.
Dozens of children and employees at a daycare center in Allentown, Pennsylvania were rushed to the hospital Tuesday morning. A carbon monoxide leak is probably to blame. Emergency personnel responded to a 911 call about an unconscious child at Happy Smiles Learning Center in Allentown. That's just over an hour's drive north of Philadelphia. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Actor Kevin Bacon is speaking out after his family fell victim to the infamous Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme of 2008. Bacon, known for his roles in Footloose and A Few Good Men, appeared on Monday's episode of the Smartless podcast. He detailed how he and wife Kira Sedgwick lost an undisclosed fortune. According to the Madoff Victims Fund site, the organization has returned more than $4 billion to more than 40,000 victims impacted by the scheme. U.S. online holiday sales are expected to rise this year at their slowest pace since at least 2015. According to an Adobe Analytics report, it indicates shoppers are feeling the brunt of decades-high inflation and soaring interest rates. The report predicts more people will return to in-store shopping. Air France and Airbus have been charged with involuntary homicide for the Rio-Paris crash of 2009. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, there you go. Final hour underway here. Heading into a Wednesday, midweek coming on. Hump Day. Hope your week's going well. Once you make it through a Hump Day, hey, it's all rolling toward the weekend. Chris Gabrelchik slated to join us here coming up Friday morning. Give us a full report. Of course, Friday morning, got to figure I'll have people calling in to say happy birthday to Steve. Because it'll be my birthday eve, Saturday morning. Saturday's my birthday. Yeah, going to be going out to celebrate mine and the princess's birthday. Her birthday's the 18th, so. Yeah, in all honesty, we had plans going out to the Japanese restaurant Friday night with a handful of friends. And otherwise, I mean, I hate that I can't be down there to be there for the wedding celebration for Hillbilly Tex this weekend. But like I said, up until I thought this was all just a big prank. I thought it was like, what was it? The big boxing match we were going to have. Remember, you had Big Moose and Fly Rod. They was going to duke it out here at the Summers Ranch, and actually made it sound. They were headed this direction. Remember, they've been known to pull so many hoaxes over the years. And I thought this was just another one of those. I stand corrected. All right. Other news you might be able to use. Did you get all of your COVID stimulus checks? Some did, some didn't. They tell us up to 10 million people might still be entitled to stimulus payment, according to the internal watchdog this past day. Yet low-income Americans who are not required to pay taxes have until November 15th to complete a simplified tax return to get those stimulus checks, according to the Government Accountability Office. Yet throughout the pandemic, the IRS, the Treasury struggled to get COVID relief payments into the hands of some people, especially those with lower incomes, people with limited internet access, or homeless people. Based on IRS and Treasury data, there could be 9 to 10 million eligible individuals who have not yet received those payments. The government provided relief in the amount of $931 billion over several stimulus payments, as we all know, to help with the economic fallout of the COVID pandemic, which, of course, has now translated into rampant inflation. One of the big contributing factors to that, 3 rounds of payments benefited an estimated 165 million eligible Americans. Part of the challenge for the IRS and the Treasury back in 2020, they only had data on taxpayers that had previously filed taxes. Since a broader set of families were eligible for the stimulus payments and the expanded CTC, Treasury, and IRS reached out to around 9 million Americans to let them know they were eligible for the payments. Back in May of last year, the Treasury Inspector General identified potentially 10 million individuals eligible for payments. As of June, the IRS had no plans to conduct any sort of additional outreach. So I don't know, if it goes unclaimed, where does that money go? If you got 10 million people, there's potentially billions of dollars still on the line out there. Does that go back into the Treasury or... problem is they'll find something to spend it on, right? I mean, there's still billions of dollars of stimulus relief money that had been allocated that is yet to have been used, for what it's worth. Knucklebuster checking in here on a Wednesday morning. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. You can only cry wolf so many times, and nobody's going to believe you after that, right?
That's true.
Yeah, well, when they try to pull them fake parties off, and nobody's going to believe the real one there.
Yeah.
I read where Nissan had pulled out of Russia, and they sold all of their assets to the Russian state for €1. I guess that'd be equivalent to $1, right?
Yeah, a little less than $1, yeah.
Okay. Well, that don't sound... That's not... They gonna write all that off for taxes there? Yeah, probably. Also read that California is banning another popular plastic bag from all grocery stores. A little clear plastic bag you put your fruit in. You won't have them in the stores out there in California anymore there. I don't know. What'd that bag do to offend Gavin Newsom? It might be like I heard Jerry Clyre say the other day that if you looked at that woman and Moses had seen that woman, it would be another commandment.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mess with an ugly woman, right? All right, enough of all that. They ain't no ugly women. Shame on me. A giant 2,554-pound pumpkin broke the New York, U.S., and North American record as the heaviest pumpkin. And that pumpkin is good for you, Steve. It's packed full of nutrients and vitamins, especially vitamin A. That's good for your eyesight, what I read. Mama told me I kept looking at some women there. I was going to go blind. So I'm about there. Yeah. Guy's got a unique collection of 15 red Corvettes up for sale. See, one year of them had a Mercury Marine had built the motors in them. I thought it'd be better if it had a 75 Johnson with an electric choke on up there, right? Hell,
Did they tell you what's the asking price for the little red Corvettes?
They didn't give no asking price for it. You got to go down there and bid on it, right? They said they were going to go for high dollar. That's normal, right?
I imagine so.
Probably about $80,000. Probably about $80,000 to $100,000, somewhere in there. That's what I would guess at. Well, we've already talked about Tulsi Gabbard there enough tonight there, but I read the left and the right were both celebrating. I don't know about all that there. And then I thought that was under a pretty unusual for old Greg Gutfield to claim she was going to be Trump's running mate. He knows more than we know.
I don't know where he would come up with that. I mean, it crossed my mind. Getting out of the Democrat Party, if you remember, there were a lot of Republicans that actually liked her. Back, they had one guy that called on her. He was just head over heels. She's the answer. She's the answer. I don't think her career in politics is going to be over by any means. I mean, I wonder what her aspirations are next.
Everybody's got underlying intentions there.
Right.
You never know what they're up to. And that money does a lot. It talks. Money talks, and I do the walk with it, right? So, there's a shift against Black Friday. REI announcing its store policy would be to close all its stores on the day after Thanksgiving.
Really?
That's another one. We won't see no fight. Yep. No fights in that store that day. They've been closing on Black Friday since 2015. And I think that's a good deal. The home bougie family stood up there fighting with other people over a piece of stupid junk, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's do some horse feathers sing-along there. I'm going to wait for that video so I can hear a Big Moose sing Vince Gills. It's hard to kiss the lips at night that chew your ass out all day long. And I got that Loudoun County Sheriff down there. He better buy some extra bologna and eggs for the weekend so they can go in there and sing Tom T. Hall's Weekend in a County Jail, right? And then last but not least, you're going to be singing this new song I just wrote. 6 days on the radio, and I'm going to be sleeping on the couch at night. So that's all my baloney. You have bought her that present by now, right?
I'm working on it. I got to go. I mentioned I hadn't heard about the Nissan deal. I guess just happened yesterday. Nissan has sold, indeed, all of their assets in Russia to the Russian government for €1, a single euro. The latest major company to leave Russia following the invasion of Ukraine. The deal cost Nissan roughly $687 million, but the company believes it will not affect the earnings forecast for the fiscal year. This comes months after the company cut their business ties with Russia in March, suspending production at their plant in St. Petersburg. Company has roughly 2,000 employees in the country there, they say. On behalf of Nissan, I thank our Russian colleagues for their contribution to the business over many years. According to Nissan's president and CEO, while we cannot continue operating in the market, we have found the best possible solution is to support our people. The deal allows Nissan to purchase back the assets within 6 years. I guess if the war were to end and Russia would get back in line and stop stirring up trouble. Marriott Hotels, McDonald's, a slew of others have pulled out of the country and just left their assets to the Russian government. Marriott closed all their corporate offices in Moscow. McDonald's sold all their franchises in the country to a Russian oligarch. We've come to the view that the newly announced U.S., UK, and EU restrictions will make it impossible for Marriott to continue to operate or franchise hotels in the Russian market. We've therefore made the decision to suspend all Marriott international operations in Russia. But Nissan, the latest departure just days after the Russian forces conducting the brutal missile attacks on civilian populations in Ukraine this week. Yeah, so I don't know. Did Vladimir Putin bite off more than he could chew by continuing to proceed with implementing this invasion of Ukraine? But of course, they're not at war. It's just a special military operation, according to Putin. Remember, it was going to be a peacekeeping operation initially. But all right, quick timeout. We'd return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And we did have a few industry headlines to touch on. Start with the prominent trucking research group sharing the results of a study on factors that will influence the likelihood that a semi-truck driver is going to crash. This past day, the American Transportation Research Institute released a major update to their predicting truck crash involvement research. One of the most prominent takeaways from the study linked previous violations to the likelihood of future crashes. Guess if you're a truck driver and you do a boneheaded something or other, that means you're obviously going to be more inclined to do something boneheaded in the future. Researchers said drivers who committed any of the following violations or behaviors have increased their future crash likelihood by over 100%. Failure to yield right of way. If you've ever received a violation for that, you have a 141% higher future crash likelihood. Failure to use or improper signal conviction. Not using your turn signals. You have a 116% future crash likelihood increase. Simply having had a crash, a prior crash. 113% future crash likelihood if you've ever received a reckless driving violation. A 104% higher crash likelihood increase. Simply having a previous crash, as I mentioned, increasing the probability of a future crash by 113%. They went through a whole bunch of other citations and things that increase your crash risk. The study also looked at crash risks between male versus female truck drivers. And they found between 2018 and 2022, males continue to be significantly more likely than females to commit any of those 11 behaviors that predict a future crash. Interestingly, the study also found that women drivers are significantly less likely to be inspected than their male counterparts. Now, I know that female drivers, did they take into account how many male versus female truck drivers are? It seems like they'd have to have enough sense to do that. Females account for about, I believe the latest number is 6.2% of the truck drivers out there. So, just under 94%. Still a male-dominated industry out there moving the freight. All right, one other tidbit. Alcohol abuse. Kansas Highway Patrol responding to a crash Tuesday morning that resulted in a big beer spill. A little before 7 a.m. this past morning near Salina, Kansas, troopers said the truck traveling I-135 southbound near the 79-mile marker rolled over, causing the truck's load of Budweiser beer to spill onto a grassy area near the interstate there. No one injured in the crash. Cause still under investigation, but there you go. A lot of Budweiser on the side of the highway. Big mess they had to clean up this past morning. Midnight Special. Hey, good morning. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. I don't know about picking up no Budweiser, but I'll take a Bud Light.
Okay. This was the rot gut, the real thing, Budweiser.
Yeah, it makes my head hurt after 2 or 3 of those.
No doubt.
But I hope NASA got that asteroid pushed away. They might have sent Bruce Willis up there to take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard y'all talk about fentanyl earlier. That guy said, lay it there on the table and it won't hurt you. There's a video on YouTube of 2 police officers doing a traffic stop beside the road, and they pull a duffel bag out of the car. One of them unzips that duffel bag, and he falls straight to the ground. His partner had to have been there. He'd have died.
There's been a lot of law enforcement that, they have to really be careful about, searching a vehicle, looking for drugs under the seats and things like that. Because, just to touch the stuff in some cases enough to put you into an overdose.
Yeah, what's crazy is in the county I live in a while back, it's just crazy, Steve. They had a day where they were giving out Narcan to people. That just don't make no sense to me. That's like, go ahead and do your drugs, but here this will help you once you do your drugs.
They've been giving that out all over the country, and they've got all the law enforcement ambulance. Everybody's carrying it. They've got it in all the squad cars now. Yeah.
Yeah, they're giving. I understand giving them, but giving it out to the drug addicts. That's just like here's your medicine. Here's the pill to take afterwards.
Yeah.
But I heard on the news. I want to say I heard on the news break there where Angela Lansbury passed away. I just want to say that brought back some old memories. My mother used to watch her a lot. She was a real big fan of her. That brought back some old memories.
Murder, She Wrote, I guess, is what she's most remembered for. Is that right?
Yeah, like I said, she used to watch that all the time. That was like in the early 80s, I believe, late 80s. That was a been many moons ago. Well, I congratulate the bride and groom. I hope it's the real deal. If not, you might have to turn the phone lines off when you come on the air Monday morning.
Just based on all the emails, the fact that I got an email from Possum Breath's daughter, I know who Margaret is, and that they're going down, and then Frank and Cassie, that's the drive to. They run the school. There's the schoolie is the, they're heading down there. It's the real deal.
I've ate at Calhoun before, not the one there, but I've ate at some in Alabama, and they got some pretty good barbecue. But that's all I got, Steve. I know you're ready to wrap things up. I'll let somebody else get on here.
All right, yeah, we're going to get our news break coming up here, and we'll get back. Yeah, we got another half hour yet to go, though. So as we roll into a Wednesday, it is 844-3388. A couple of other industry headlines coming up as well. Hey, Mike, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Trust in the executive branch is now near levels seen during the Watergate era. A recent Gallup poll found 43% of Americans trust the executive branch. However, it's not the only arm of the government that's seen its confidence take a beating. The legislative and judicial branches also continue to tumble from marks seen earlier this century. The legislative branch's trust took a nosedive to 47%, while the judicial branch had a trust rating of 38%. 3 fishermen fought off sharks while stranded in the water for more than 24 hours before being rescued by the U.S. Coast Guard off the Louisiana coast. The fishermen's 24-foot vessel sank on Saturday morning. And King Charles III's coronation will be held on Saturday, May 6th at Westminster Abbey. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Okay, from the start.
The acerola cherries.
Alfalfa leaf, aloe vera, apples, banana.
Beets, bell pepper, broccoli. Blueberries, blackberries, cranberry.
We make Texas superfood from 55 raw, vine-ripened fruits and vegetables.
Pineapple, sweet potato, papaya, parsley, pear, peach.
In a capsule or a powder, one daily dose of Texas superfood delivers the healthy benefits of 55. Count them, 55 fresh fruits and vegetables, and you can see them all on TexasSuperfood.com.
Raspberry, spinach, the nutrients that we need on a daily basis.
Thousands of people benefit from taking Texas Superfood every day. Shouldn't you be one of them? Doctors, pharmacists, nurses, and your grandmother all recommend that you eat more fruits and vegetables every day. So if you can't, won't, or don't, Texas Superfood is made for you.
TexasSuperfood.com. It's borderline shocking how much energy I have. I hope you use me for the TexasSuperfood.com.
Join us on TexasSuperfood.com.
TexasSuperfood.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, good morning to Gary. Checking in on the YouTube, the Facebook, wherever he's at this morning. YouTube. He's a YouTuber. MOON. Have a good day there, Gary. Thank you much. Yeah, one of the big Senate races being closely followed on a national scale. Yeah, the Georgia race there, of course, despite some of the talk in the mainstream media about the Democrat momentum. According to the polls, the Republicans are holding up well in the battleground state of Georgia. Yesterday's results from the Trafalgar Group. Yeah, Herschel Walker, they say, is in a statistical tie with incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock in Georgia there, while the incumbent governor, Brian Kemp, has an 8.9-point lead in the rematch with Stacey Abrams, who claimed her past loss to Kemp was rigged and stolen in 2018. Walker, endorsed emphatically by former President Trump, trails Warnock by 1.5 points, well within the margin of error of 2.9 percentage points. So a virtual tie statistically with just weeks left in the campaign, which is featuring both candidates attacking the other on family matters, no less. There's still a 5.3% of likely voters undecided in a race that could determine which party holds the Senate majority come January. Also, the race in November could wind up in a runoff of the January 5 of 2020 if neither candidate hits 50% support on Election Day in November. Remember how that all unfolded. You actually had two Senate races there in Georgia that had to go onto a runoff race. All right, we'll see how that all pans out there. Scarecrow checking in here on a Wednesday morning.
Well, Steve, regarding this whole wedding nuptial thing, since this came to light a few weeks back, I've been kind of swinging back and forth on it, much like you. I've had my doubts. I've had this image of this crew sitting back there each morning after the program here and slapping their knees and saying, we got them good tonight, didn't we? Oh, we're going to get ready to really set the hook now, and but I guess if they've kind of convinced yourself, I'll stand in line and drink the juice. The kind of curiosity, I guess if it had a heads up, we could have planned a road trip on the way up here. But curiosity, what kind of a wedding registry they got set up? Whether it's maybe a Bass Pro or Gander Mountain.
Now you see, that was a contributing factor to my doubt here a few weeks ago. I mean, when I think Moose was, he was telling me he's registered at the Dollar General there in Lenoir City. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Okay, well, either way, well, I'm sure it'll pull off in fine fashion, and there'll be plenty of stories to be swapped afterwards in the weeks to come. But so anyway, I was in the Walmart yesterday. I go in there a couple times a year only because they got about the best price on Mobil 1 oil that I've found, 5-gallon jug or 5-quart jug. And while I was in there, I thought, well, doggone, I'm going to need some Sta-Bil. So I headed to checkout with that. And, of course, you're primarily self-checkout everywhere you go. And naive enough, I thought, I got held up once before checking something out that was restricted or whatever, petroleum product. And sure enough, for whatever reason, that Sta-Bil set off a red flag, and so here I am at the self-checkout with that light flashing overhead. And finally, I had to go track somebody down because nobody was coming to my rescue or whatnot. But I guess it's a curiosity. There's a particular ingredient, or what would signal that as being a
restricted
like that,
item, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's such a minors aren't allowed to purchase things like that. And like I say, it happened once before, and I guess it's a curiosity what exactly it might be. But either way, in the end, I got a little Sta-Bil at least to start my winterization and whatnot going here. And then the question came up a little earlier in your program about maybe releasing water, into the Mississippi from a dam or such. No, there's nothing like that in the Mississippi watershed. It's all free-flowing streams and creeks and rivers, and it originates up in Lake Itasca, Minnesota, and truthfully, you can step across the Mississippi at that point in time. And the lock and dam system is actually there to create pools of water. The dams actually hold the water back, to create enough draft that the tows are able to navigate and such. Now, in the spring, we get some pretty significant melt off, coming downstream, and you'll find, they obviously don't want, flooding to take place downstream, but if some place is going to get flooded no matter what you do, they try to even it out for everybody. But, in the spring, they have the roller gates, wide open, and they let that river go because it's just an amazing area, the watershed that Mississippi handles and such. Now in fact, we're only 10 miles, and this is no pun, 10 miles as the crow flies, from Lock and Dam number 6 out at Trimble, Wisconsin there. And, it's very intriguing and amazing that the economic impact that river has on the country, really, in particular Midwest, but, not just the, navigation for the commercial end, but the whole recreation and such. It's just a huge cash cow for the country, so to speak. But no, there's no emergency release available for the river. That what we're seeing right now is what it is, that they can hold back as much as they can, but then they're depriving water downstream to the larger pools. And as as you get farther south, it takes far more water to, keep that water level, at a national level and such. But so anyway, that's your geographical lesson for the day here. So that's about what I had for the moment here. We'll be waiting for the future nuptial updates and whatnot.
Nuptial, yeah. Just you think come Monday morning we're going to have egg on our face? What an ass we made out of all them people.
I can hear it. I can hear them chuckling right now. Think, they've got us figured out. But I will take it the way it comes.
All right,
that's what I got.
Thank you, Scarecrow. Have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. What's happening, Vic?
Oh, I was just listening there earlier about you think somebody, I forgot the name of that, somebody's basically pulling a practical joke there. Well, if they tell you that they're going to have a tour of Oak Ridge just up the road there from Lenore City, then you'll know it's a joke because that's the atomic center there. They do have some tours up there, but anyway, I don't think it'd be one that you'd be taking for a wedding reception. But what I called about was when you mentioned that stuff about the displaced or unsent stimulus.
Yes.
The news right there at the bottom of the hour, they had a survey there, which I'd seen earlier today, that nobody really trusts the government anymore to speak of. And if you go back to that whole COVID episode, Trump set up a thing that rescued a lot of small businesses, and it was helping a lot of people. And apparently Nancy Pelosi was mad about that. And if you recall, she wouldn't send the checks out, the stimulus checks out. And she held that up until late December. And then just as the IRS was getting busy, she released it. So that was more or less Pelosi's revenge on Trump and hoping that it would somehow, some way affect a lot of things that Trump was doing. I mean, she interfered with it all through the year because that was the election year, and they hoped to defeat Trump one way or another, which I guess they did. But anyway, the cover story was really what hit me because they said that it was people that had fell off IRS radar, they didn't file an income tax or this, that, or the other. Well, I was one of those, and I have to file a tax return every year regardless of my status if I trade commodities. That's one of the things they threw in there. If you do any investing at all, there's a lot of new tax rules that were written in there. And so I went through the whole thing, even had a senator check it out and all this other stuff. Now, I have direct deposit Social Security. I got all the others except one $600 stimulus. My wife got the $600, but I didn't. So saying that these were people that fell off the radar is not exactly true because I not only did I not get mine, I had some relatives. One used to work for the federal government, draws a federal pension. I didn't get hers. The other one was actually working converting ships to carry munitions, and he was working on a federal contract at the time. Didn't get his. And there are several other war stories I can tell you about that, but my point is this, that by and large, what really happened was that Nancy Pelosi interfered with it. Pure, plain, and simple. And they need a cover story. And the fact that people can't trust the government anymore to be straight with them, that's affecting the military recruitment, is affecting everything with the government, really. And once the government loses the trust of the people, then you're going to have some real problems. And, that whole thing with the military you were talking about, rules of engagement had a lot to do with the lack of re-enlistment or enlistment. And Austin just came out with a whole bunch of new rules that how he was going to prevent civilian casualties. Well, I know it sounds terrible, but if you're going to send people into these guerrilla warfare situations, I think they call them irregular combat. They have some sort of a high dollar name for them, but quite simply, it's civilians that are in some sort of a revolt or rebellion. Civilians are going to get killed, and even way back when I was a medic there, they told us that most of our casualties, not necessarily being killed, but just injuries, roughly 60 to 70% of them were going to be civilians in a combat theater. I mean, that's just the way it is, because you can't evacuate a whole country. Now, you take what's going on over there in Russia and Ukraine, there's no doubt that Putin is targeting civilian targets. I mean, it's nothing with military significance. I mean, when you're targeting apartment complexes, things of that nature, you're deliberately killing civilians. But if there is some sort of like the ISIS and those are prone to do, to use a hospital or a school, and then, to store munitions and all that, the whole drill on that. But, that's something totally separate. But by and large, you're going to have civilian casualties, as terrible as it is in a wartime situation. But the thing that I wanted to say is that's our government today. They're always coming up with a cover story rather than just saying this, how it happened. And usually it's to protect somebody. And, I could probably go on half the night about different instances to where things were classified, not because they needed to be classified, but because they were politically embarrassing. But when I heard them giving that story about, well, these were people that didn't get their stimulus because they didn't pay taxes, or the IRS wasn't aware of them, and, it's totally fake. And I went through the whole drill, filled out a new amended tax form, and I called, maybe a month or so ago, and they said, we have no record of you paying taxes. And it's like, well, I'll guarantee you if I'd have taken a boatload of profit, or if I can find it. Here's a story for you, Steve. I bought a bunch of Bitcoins when they came out as a joke. I've lost my Bitcoin key. You ought to look up and see how many people are in my situation. And I'd rather be searching for my Bitcoin key than my $600.
So you lost the code, which, how many of them did you buy? Do you remember?
I bought them on a Sunday night. I came down, I told my wife as a joke, I said, well, we're going to be billionaires, because they said Bitcoin's going to something. I really don't know how many I did. It was one of those commodity advisors that sent me a thing. I had several advisory services at the time, and I don't think it was the one that told me to buy the marijuana stocks, which they did good, but I just didn't really want to buy into that whole thing. It was a personal decision, but I really don't know. And like I said, I can't find the Bitcoin key anywhere. I don't even really know where to look. But
and you're not the only one. I mean, there's the one guy that's we got an update on that a month or so ago that was petitioning for the government over there, somewhere in Europe, I think it is, to allow him to go into the landfill and all that. He's looking for that hard drive. How many millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin he had on that darn thing. Hey, we'll return, headed down the home stretch, back into on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, as we said, heading down the home stretch here on a Wednesday morning, hump day. Go ahead, 5-7.
I got to jump in. All right, you know what? I love our ancestors. They left us verbal Post-it notes behind. So just a reminder stuff like, birds of a feather flock together. The story of the little boy that cried wolf, kept running down saying, there's a wolf out down in their village, they had sheep, and that was their well. So they run out there, and they did it. When they found out they were being made a fool of, they come back. He kept doing it. Finally, he called wolf when the wolf was attacking him, and they didn't come to rescue him, and he was eaten by the wolf. I mean, it just... everybody that sent accolades are people, I believe, people that would back him up no matter what, because he is a good man, and I believe. And Lord, I'd advise anybody not to get married unless they have at least a year of courting. It can turn bad, real bad. Even after 40 years of marriage, I still wonder, who is this woman sometimes? So, other than that, we'll just wait and see. And let's top this off. None of this stuff would happen if it hadn't been for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And it seems like you'd be on the A-list, if you know what I mean. I mean, it would have been a birthday party / wedding reception type thing. But
I don't know that Tex and meeting his soon-to-be bride had anything to do with the show or me, but I don't think it did.
Well, I'm still. I don't matter to him no how, but I'm still. We'll just sit back, and drink our coffee, and copy the show, and enjoy it all. But don't believe it. So I don't believe it a bit. But it's a good example. It's a good example of being you got to be a man of your word, because a little bit of doubt takes, because one day you're going to have to use your word to pass on a message, and it might be something important, and you got to wonder, is this real? And that's a terrible thing to squander away, is being a man of your word.
We've had a lot of fun and games over the years, though. Hell, I mean, my dad had, we were talking about some of the hoaxes he pulled off over the years. Remember the watermelon roast? Remember all the truck drivers that showed up there on the interstate? And they had to bring the sheriff's department out because they thought that watermelon roast was real.
Yes. That's absolutely. I've been sitting here listening to all this stuff on the radio.
Yeah. How many times? How many times was my father dead? According to Bill Cunningham. I mean, I think he killed him at least. I think he killed him at least 3 times before he actually died.
Oh yeah. Hey, that's why I got a kick out of anybody calling 700 WFW complaining about the craziness going on with the DJs. Because I think. Bill Cunningham's still there. I mean, I could never. Some of the stuff that he put out was just amazing. I mean, actual strippers in the studio. You know?
Well, that was real. So, I witnessed that. That was real.
Well, maybe you don't want to tell that.
I just remember the one year he had a topless chick sitting on his lap, and he asked her, "What kind of a man do you like? What kind of man you looking for?" And she looked through the glass and pointed at me.
Oh, no.
I remember that like yesterday. Now, I'm going back about 30 years. I don't know. How many years ago would that have been? 25 years ago, something? I don't know. I was a little younger, but all right, we got to get out the door. See you back at the midnight hour tonight for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I